All right, Shabbat Shalom. We're about to go live. All right. Uh, the True Church of the Firstborn. We're gonna go live. We got our guest brother Gavar, myself, Amayan. Got Priest Shabana, Priest Izar, Priest Ala Nathania, and then we got Priest Tony in his top flight get up in the house. So we're gonna deal with this. What is the new moon? Is it the dark moon or is it the sliver? So the brother Izar had text Zabak from HOI. This question he's about to read it, and he's about to read the answer that Zabak sent back to him, and we're going to go to some scriptures and verses and try to see if it's the dark moon or is it the sliver. So Izar,
yes, sir. All right, I put. Shalom. Is there a Bible verse that says the dark moon is the new moon?
So that's what he's text to Zabak. All right, this is going to be his response. Go ahead.
Shalom. No, but it said the new moon and the full moon, so it has to be the dark moon because when the moon is full, it's totally lit up.
So that was his response. The first thing he said was no. There is no scripture for the dark moon being the new moon. That's the first thing he texts back. He said no. Then he says, but now he's now what he's doing when he says but, he's now coming out the Bible and he's going to give you his own personal understanding of what he thinks the new moon is. So he's leaving the confines of the scriptures and going to now speculate on what he thinks it is, but he does not have no biblical verse to say that the dark moon is the new moon. He admits this when he texts the brother back, but he don't. Then the brother texts him back and he responds again. Did he not?
He did.
Okay, so he's going to read what he texts him back after he responds to that. Go ahead.
Shalom. The moon is dark 2 or 3 days every month, and the moon looks full 2 or 3 days every month. So what dark moon day will you pick, seeing it's 2 to 3 days dark?
So that was what he responded to him, that it is dark 2 to 3 days every month, and the moon looks full 2 to 3 days every month. So based on that math, what dark moon day are you going to choose based on that math to say that is the new moon? So he texts that back to Zabak, right? Because I guess he's not looking at it's 2 to 3 days dark, or the full moon. It looks full 2 to 3 days just from the visible eye. You can look at it and it looks full to you. You know what I'm saying? So he texts that back to Zabak, and then Zabak texts back, right?
Yes, he did.
What'd he say?
He said the first day.
He says the first dark moon day is the new moon. That was his response, right?
Yes, sir.
And you text him back something, right?
Yes, I said, why can it not be the second or third dark moon if the dark moon is the beginning of the month?
Right. So he texts him back. How can it not be the second dark moon or the third dark moon if we're talking about the dark moon is the new moon? Because you have 3 options. You have either 2 to 3 options there in the beginning of the month. So why can it not be the second dark moon, seeing we're dealing with a dark moon here now at the beginning of the month? Right? That's what he texted him back. And he hasn't responded yet, correct?
Correct.
So that's where we are so far. This is where we are. So now we're going to go into the Bible now based on that. Because Zabak is now going into the Bible. He's giving you his conjecture and his speculation. Because he has as so far, he has not yet text back one biblical verse yet. So we're not going to go and give our opinion. We're going to go into the Bible and read it for you out the book, what it says pertaining to this particular topic. All right. So we're going to start in the book of Genesis chapter 1. We're going to start in Genesis chapter 1. All right. like I said, I want to deal also with. I want to deal with this sliver because when you see the sliver in many pictures, when you look at the sliver in many pictures you see online or anywhere else, especially with the Islamic crescent moon, when you look at it, it for those that knows that deal with the crescent moon and the sliver moon, because I do, and I can tell how much days is in when it comes to a crescent moon or a sliver moon. The Islamic crescent moon, it's always, from my visible standpoint, looking at it for years, it's 4 days in. People don't pay attention to that. It is not a sliver. The Islamic crescent moon, it's not a sliver. They call it a sliver, but it's not a sliver. It is not the first day it's not the first day of the month. It's not a sliver, right? It's a crescent, but it's 4 days in because it's real thick. Mm-hmm. You can look at it in the picture. And I think that's where they're getting it from when we read in Genesis. Because in Genesis, the moon is made in the 4th day. In the 4th day. So what they're saying is that it starts with a 4-day crescent. That's why the Islamic people has that. That's what I believe they have it in, because I can clearly see it isn't a sliver. You can look at it in the pictures. It is not a sliver. It is about 4 days in. So we're going to read Genesis chapter 1, and we're going to start at I think it's verse 14. I lost my place. Yeah, Genesis chapter 1. Let's start at verse 14.
I'll take it. Genesis chapter 1, starting with verse 14. And God said, let there be lights in the firmament of heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and for years. Okay, so the Most High made these lights, and He's letting us know what they are for, to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs. Okay, which we know is for the Hebrew word moed or moedim, mean for signs, for appearing. I'm sorry, for signs mean for appearing. And for seasons, the seasons is the moedim, the appointed times. And for days and for years. Okay? So the signs is for appearing. So if it's a sign for something appearing, clearly letting you know off the bat, it's something you have to see. It's something that's visible. It's a visible sign. Something you got to see. Okay? And for seasons, for days, and for years. Go ahead. Oh, verse 15. And let them be for lights in the firmament of heaven to give light upon the earth, and it was so. Go ahead. Verse 16. And God made 2 great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. Okay, so it says that the Most High made 2 great lights. So the moon is a light. So is the sun. Okay? We're dealing with lights here in the sky. We're talking about it being signs, being visible. Okay? Signs mean something that's appearing, something that you can see that's visible. So when you're dealing with the moon, if the moon, we don't talk about the moon bringing in the month, that means it would have to be something with the moon bringing in the month, but with a light, because it's a light that He made. He didn't make darkness. He didn't say He made one dark and one light, 2 lights. So you have to be dealing with something in the sky that's going to give you a visible sign, and it would have to be something to deal with a light. You can't be talking about it as something to deal with a darkness. It wouldn't make any sense. It would eliminate the word here for signs. Word for signs means appearing. Something that's dark isn't appearing. There's nothing there. All right? So that's clearly what the Hebrew word they're speaking on when you go into this word signs. And again, it's 2 great lights. Okay? Any questions on that before we move on? Gabar, anything you want to add to that?
No, I'm gonna let you go ahead and finish, and then I'll double back.
Okay. All right. Okay. from there, I want to come to the book of let's come to the book of Leviticus, chapter 23. I want to briefly touch on. It's going to be real briefly because it has something to do with it a little bit. Is when the day begins. We want to deal briefly when the day begins briefly, and then we're going to go on back to deal with this crescent moon. Okay. We want to come to Leviticus the 23rd chapter. All right. Leviticus 23, and let's get right to the point. We want to get verse 32.
Verse 32. Okay. Leviticus chapter 23, verse 32.
Okay, this is speaking of the Day of Atonement, and we're going to read this verse. And again, this verse is going to show you that the Day of Atonement is on the 10th day of the month. But this verse is going to make it sound like it's not. For those that don't understand the language here, I'm going to clear it up. But we know that the Day of Atonement is on the 10th day of the 7th month. That's the Day of Atonement. All right? Go ahead.
Leviticus chapter 23 and verse 32. And it shall be unto you a Sabbath of rest, and ye shall afflict your souls in the 9th day of the month at evening. From evening unto evening shall ye celebrate your Sabbath.
Right. So now this is dealing with the Day of Atonement. So it's in the 9th day of the month. Then it says at even. See? At even ends the 9th day and automatically begins the 10th day. Many people miss that. That's why the Day of Atonement is on the 10th day. This is saying the same thing. This verbiage of the 9th day at even is the same thing as saying the 10th day. It's the exact same thing. But many people miss that particular verbiage. When you read it, jump up, Yabana, jump up to verse 5.
Verse 5. Verse 5. In the 14th day of the first month at evening is the Lord's Passover.
See, the 14th day of the first month at even is the Lord Passover. It's the same thing as saying the 15th day of the first month is the Lord Passover. It's the exact same thing. It's two ways of saying the same thing. They're all land on the same day because people believe that the Passover is on the 14th day and unleavened bread is on the 15th day. No, they're on the exact same day. Passover, unleavened bread, exact same day. At even is what ends the day and begins the next day. Okay? So the last part of verse 32 says, and ye shall celebrate your Sabbath from even unto even shall ye celebrate your Sabbath. So from even unto even. So that's sundown to sundown. So now I'm going to quickly prove that even is sundown. All right. I want to jump back one chapter. Chapter 22. All right. Leviticus chapter 22. And we want to read verse 6 and verse 7, Yabana.
Okay. There.
Where we at?
Chapter Leviticus chapter 22 and verse, what you say, 5 and 6?
Verse 6 and 7.
Verse 6 and 7.
Right.
You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Leviticus chapter 22 and verse 6 through 7. And the soul which has touched any such shall be unclean until evening.
Okay, so the soul that touched anything that's unclean, and touch any such thing shall be unclean until the even. And anything that's going to defile you, make you unclean until the even. Go ahead.
And shall not eat of holy things unless he wash his flesh with water.
Go ahead.
And when the sun is down, he shall be clean.
Go, you stop right there. That's all I want. So it says, when the sun is down, he shall be clean. So that has to be what even is. Even has to be sundown, right? Because it said he shall be unclean until the even. So that's proof that even here is sundown. Now, this Bible talks about 3 different evenings. We won't get into the other evenings in this class, but there's 3 evenings in this Bible. We're going to deal with the one that talks about sundown, okay? There's two other evenings this Bible speaks of, but we'll deal with that in another class. Or you can go, you go on my channel. I talk about this in a different class on my channel. These different evenings, so you can go to my channel and go through the videos, and there's a video on there that we deal with these 3 evenings. Or you can go on to Debate Talk for You and punch in my name and look up a class that I did on there, and I deal with this stuff. It's called 3 days. It's called 3 days and 3 nights. 3 days and 3 nights. The evenings and chronology of the resurrection. That is called, that's the long name. It's called 3 days. It's called when does the day begin? 3 days and 3 nights. Chronology of the resurrection. That's the whole title of the class. It's on Debate Talk for You. I think I posted it up on my channel. You can either check my channel or Debate Talk for You for that class. And I cover all 3 evenings. I cover this more in depth when the day begin. And I also give you a chronology of the resurrection of the Messiah. I chronicle him getting up out of that from he goes in till he'll come up until he goes all the way up and he ascends. I'll give you a chronology of it in that particular class. I highly recommend that class. There's tons of information in that class that you need to listen to. I deal with the order of Melchizedek a little bit and different things as Christ is filling that particular function. Okay, so we're gonna come back now from there. Want to come to the book of 1 Samuel chapter 20. You get first Samuel, the 20th chapter. We're here dealing with this. What is the new moon? Is it the dark moon, or is it the sliver? So we just brought out earlier in Genesis chapter 1 that the lights were made for signs, which means appearing, and for seasons, which is for Moed or the Moedim, the Most High's appointed times, his high holy days, and for days, and it says, and for years. These things are used for. Okay, so I'm saying that according to that verse, these are what's known as visible signs. The Most High is saying these are visible signs. So there's something that you have to see with your eyes for you to be calculating when these things are. I look at it, I would say that those heavenly bodies would be the Most High's time clock, his clock in heaven. That's his clock that he placed in the skies for you. That's not a human clock. It's the Most High's clock, and he's telling you how to use it. How you use my clock, you have to visible see things. Like anybody would, when you want to see the time on your wrist, you take a look at it. If the watch on your hand was completely black, would you know what time it is? No, you wouldn't. You have to see some lights on there to see what it is, right? Some hands on there or something. Yeah. If it was completely black, you'd be like, it's useless. You can't see nothing. Right. So if you're looking at the moon and it's completely black, you can't see nothing. How are you going to determine something? You can't do that. So again, I determine all of it together as a visible sign. You got to see something. That's why I'm saying it's the sliver. So we're going to go to scriptures and see if there's any verse in here that talks about it being the dark moon, which I've not seen none. We heard Zabak responded earlier in the brother text. He says, no, there is not one scripture that alludes to any dark moon, nothing being the beginning of the month. But we clearly see that there is verses talks about a light, something you have to see, and that coincides with the sliver. So do we have 1 Samuel chapter 20? 1 Samuel, the 20th chapter, and Let's get down to verse 24. 1 Samuel chapter 20, and we're going to get verse 24 down to verse 27.
Check this one.
Yeah, speak loud so that people can hear it in this microphone.
Okay. We all there?
Yeah.
All right, Samuel 20, verse 24. So David hid himself in the field, and when the new moon was come, the king sat him down to eat meat.
So the new moon had come accurately. It's the renewed moon. I just want to make that clarification right away, that we're dealing with a renewed moon. It's not a brand new moon. It's the same moon the Most High made in Genesis chapter 1. So it's not a brand new moon. So it's a renewed moon, right? So now when you're dealing with a renewed moon, what about the moon that's being renewed? It would have to be the light. The light on the moon is renewing itself. It's going through a 30-day cycle. It renews itself. That's why it's accurately called a renewed moon and not a new moon. So that right, the renewed moon phrase itself telling you that you're dealing with a light. Because the only thing that talks about a new moon, a renewed moon, is a light that renews itself from the moon. That's the only thing about the moon that renews itself, because we're not dealing with a brand new moon. So that again alludes to a sliver, because the sliver renews itself. That's what it does, right? It's a light. All right, go ahead.
Samuel 24, verse 25. And the king sat upon his seat as at other times, even upon a seat by the wall, and Jonathan arose, and Abner sat by Saul's side, and David's place was empty.
Go ahead.
26. Nevertheless, Saul spake not anything that day, for he thought something has befallen him. He is not clean. Surely he is not clean.
Okay, so Saul didn't say nothing that whole entire day. It said the whole day went by. That's the renewed moon, the first day.
Right.
He said nothing that day because he thought something happened to David. Because he said, "Man, this dude ain't." In other words, when he said he's not clean, he's saying he ain't right.
Right.
He ain't right. Something wrong. He right. All right, go ahead.
Samuel 20, verse 27. And it came to pass on the morrow, which was the second day of the month, that David's place was empty, and Saul said unto Jonathan his son, wherefore come not the son of Jesse to meet, neither yesterday nor today.
Okay, so this verse is clarifying that that's the second day of the month, proving that the new moon, or accurately the renewed moon, is the beginning of the month. And if it's a renewed moon, it's dealing with a sliver. The only thing about the moon that's going to be renewed is the light. Unless you can show me something else about the moon that's being renewed. That's the question. That's why it eliminates the dark moon, because you have a renewed moon, and that only deals with a light. Nothing else. You can equate that to absolutely nothing else about the moon, about it being renewed. It has to be the light. So that again proves it has to be the sliver. So far, we ain't read anything that deals with any dark moon whatsoever. Don't come close at all whatsoever at all. Nothing about it talks about a dark moon at all. Okay? Again, is there any questions on what's been brought out so far? I want to go real slow and try to keep it real milk. I do not want to get real technical with it at all, so we can get the understanding of which one it is. Is it a dark moon or is it a sliver? We're gonna get into the math. We're gonna count. We're gonna get into some counting. We're gonna pull out some math out this Bible as well, to see if we're on point. All right. Gabar, anything you want to add so far? Or no, you want me to continue?
Yeah, you can go ahead and continue because I don't want to like interject and then it kind of takes it into like a different direction. So yeah, just go ahead and continue.
Okay. All right. Now let's come to Psalms 81. Let's come to Psalms 81. I think this is where Zabak is talking about when he says the Bible says there is a new moon and a full moon. This is where he's getting the full moon part from. And this is where he's getting it from. But we're going to go through this and get the correct understanding. Okay. I think that whole full moon being the beginning of the month, that stuff been debunked already. I just cleared that's just been debunked already. Okay. I mean that can be debunked when you read in the book of Leviticus, the 23rd chapter. That can be debunked very easy.
So that's what I see believe in full moon.
Yeah, that's crazy. The full moon is when the Passover is on. And the Passover is the 15th day of the month. It's the middle of the month. So how can that be the beginning of the month if the Bible is saying it's the middle of the month? That one verse debunks that right off the bat. Yeah, so I didn't need for me to even dive into that because I can pull one verse and just knock that whole class out the water right away. So Psalms 81, we start at verse 1.
I'll take that.
All right.
Psalms 81 from the top. Sing aloud unto God our strength. Make a joyful noise unto the God of Jacob.
Okay. So the Most High is our strength. We're supposed to make a joyful noise unto the Lord, unto the God, the power of Jacob. Go ahead.
Take a psalm.
Take a psalm. Psalms are songs. Let's be clear. Take a song. All right. Go ahead.
And bring hither the timbrel.
Bring hither the timbrel. It's an instrument you play music with or music on. Okay. You know, we are Israelites, very creative. We can bring our mouth, start beatboxing or something, or start doing something with our hands, like, and make a beat, whatever you want to talk about. You know what I'm saying? But back then we had people who were good at making instruments and different things, timbrels and flutes. So they bring that with them. So you bring in a song and you bring in an instrument to play it on. This is how they do it today when they do music live, right? Someone is on a piano or something, right? Someone on some drums. So that stuff is not nothing new. That stuff we've been doing this back in our time when we was in our kingdom. You know what I'm saying? We had a song and we had an instrument to play the music on. All right, go ahead.
The pleasant heart with the psaltery.
Yes, sir.
Verse 3, blow up the trumpet in the new moon.
Okay, so it says the pleasant harp. So we had a harp with the psalm tree. Okay, blow up the trumpet in the renewed moon. Let's be clear. Every time you see new moon in the Bible, look at it accurately as a renewed moon. Right? That's not a brand new moon that's up there. It's a renewed moon. And when you think of renewed moon in your head, you have to be thinking of the light. The light is what's getting renewed. Okay? Renewed moon, renewed light. You're saying the same thing at the same time. When you say renewed moon, you're saying renewed light. See, bringing you back into the sliver again. So blow the trumpet in the new moon. So they blew the trumpet in the beginning of the month. When they saw the renewed moon, the renewed light, they blew the trumpet. That happened every single month. That's what it says right here, okay? Blow the trumpet in the renewed moon. That's the beginning of the month. Go ahead.
In the time appointed.
In the time appointed is just one Hebrew word, which is keseh, Keseh. K-E-S-E-H. Might have a different little fluctuation with the pronunciation based on that Assyrian Hebrew, whatever they have, but it's basically the same thing. Okay, and Kasea just simply means full of light, or just full, but it's full of light. That's what basically what the Hebrew word Kasea is going to boils down to. Okay, moon covered with light, or moon full with light. That's basically what that Hebrew word means. Yes, sir.
What's it called again?
Kaseh. K-E-S-E-H. Like I said, might have a different pronunciation based on how you pronounce the Syrian Hebrew or the Hebrew period. But that's basically what the pronunciation is, or the spell of it is. There might be some fluctuation or whatever, but that's basically what it boils down to. The meaning is going to be meaning, regardless of how you pronounce it or when you spell it, the meaning will remain the same. It all boils down to the moon full with light. That's basically what it's going to boil down to. Okay, moon full with light, or the moon covered with light. Same exact thing. All said the same thing, and it's a full moon. So all it's the same thing. It's a full moon. So now, blow up the trumpet in the renewed moon. That's the beginning. That's the beginning of the month, right? Then he goes on to say, in the time appointed, right? That's the full moon. Okay? Go ahead.
On our solemn feast day.
On our solemn feast days, right? That wouldn't be when you go into the Hebrew of it and go into textual criticism. That last word "day," they tell you that it's days. It isn't singular day; it's days. All right. So in our solemn feast days is what it's supposed to be there, not singular day, right? So we don't have a solemn feast just one day. We have solemn feast days. There's more than one of them things there, right? This word, the word solemn feast, again, comes on back down. I'm looking to my notes right here. The word feast is dealing with our Hebrew word hog, all right? And hog, again, is going to be H-A-G or K-H-A-G. This one of Esau English spelling where the K is silent, okay, with that nonsense. So it's pronounced hog, right? So the English word feast that's there is the Hebrew word hog, all right? And hog is dealing with pilgrimage feasts. There's only 3 pilgrimage feasts in the Bible, only 3 of them. So this solemn feast days is particularly pointing to 3 feast days because of the word hog. That's telling us it's a pilgrimage feast. That's Passover, that's Pentecost, and that's Tabernacles. Those are the 3 pilgrimage feasts where every male must go up to Jerusalem for the feast.
Yeah, but all those. I'm sorry, but I mean, all 3 of those feast days, all of them aren't on full moon. Only one of them is.
What you mean? 2 of them is already.
What? Which ones?
Passover.
Okay.
Tabernacles is on the 15th day of the 7th month.
Oh,
the middle of the month.
Okay. But Pentecost.
Pentecost is when you, depending on how you count.
I mean, it depends.
That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, they're pilgrimage feasts.
Oh, okay. So. Oh, okay. So
I'm saying they're pilgrimage feasts.
Right. But what I'm saying is that all 3 of those aren't. What I'm saying is all 3 of those necessarily aren't all on the full moon.
Maybe not Pentecost.
Right.
But Passover and Tabernacles are.
Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha.
Right, and depending on how it counts out to Pentecost, that can be on a full moon too as well,
right, depending on,
or around it, close to that.
Right.
Yeah, close to that.
I got you.
Okay,
No problem.
All right. So we have that. Let me get the scripture where you must go up for these 3 feasts. So I'm making stuff up. Let me get Deuteronomy 16:16 to show you that these 3 feast days you must go up. You must go up to the for these 3 feast days. He said, so far, we haven't read anything about a dark moon beginning being the beginning of the month whatsoever. Nothing yet. Okay, so do we have that?
Yeah.
We got Deuteronomy 16:16. Who has it?
I'll take it. All right, Deuteronomy chapter 16 and verse 16. And it reads, 3 times in a year shall all thy males appear before the Lord thy God in the place which he shall choose, in the feast of unleavened bread.
Okay, unleavened bread. That's speaking of the Passover. That's the 15th day of the first month.
Right.
We touched on that when you're bound and read it in Leviticus. Go ahead.
And in the feast of weeks, and in the feast of tabernacles.
In the Feast of Weeks is speaking of Pentecost. When you count the 7 weeks and the 50th day after that. The day after the 50th day, and then we have Tabernacles, which is the 15th day of the 7th month. Okay? Go ahead. That's it?
Yeah, oh yeah, fish up. And they not appear before the Lord empty.
Right. It should not come before the Most High empty. They're supposed to come with some kind of offering or some kind of, when they come up there. You got to bring something. All right? So those are 3. Those feast days will be referenced as a hog. A hog is a pilgrimage feast when you have to travel. You're leaving where you live, where you stay, to go up to Jerusalem. And literally, when you talk about going up to Jerusalem, that literally is a literal phrase, because when you go to Jerusalem, you're literally going up. But it's elevated. It's built on Mount Moriah. Mount Moriah is elevated.
Okay.
When you go to Jerusalem, you're always going up. Okay?
I didn't know that.
Literally, right. When you go to Jerusalem, you're going up.
So similar to like what they call the Denver, like the Maha City, so similar to that?
Yes.
Okay.
Right. It's elevated platform. All right. We can come back. I think we finish here in Psalms 81.
Okay.
So we clear there in Psalms 81. Let me come down to the book of the Apocrypha. Wait a minute. There's one more here. I'm forgetting one because I'm just going off the head here.
Okay.
There's one more here in the Psalms that we got to read about the moon. Okay. I think it's Psalms 106. I think it's 106 and 8, where it talks about the moon is from the sign of the moon is it's season. Like I said, I'm freestyling here off the head. All right.
That's Psalm 104:19.
Psalms 104:19. I'm just freestyling off the head. I don't have all my notes in front of me. Psalms 104. Who has Psalms 104:19?
I'll check this one.
Okay.
Psalms 4.
104.
Okay, 104. What verse of 19?
Mhm.
All right, we all there?
Yeah.
Okay. He anointed the moon
Pointed.
He appointed the moon for seasons, the sun known his going down.
Okay. So he appointed the moon for seasons. Okay. Season again is dealing with the Hebrew word moed or moedim. It's speaking of the appointed times, right? So you got to deal with, so for you to calculate the Most High's feast days accurately, for you to accurately calculate the feast days, you have to be dealing with the moon. So that means you have to get the moon correct. If you get the moon incorrect, you're gonna be worshiping, you're gonna be doing the feast days on the wrong day.
Right.
So that's how important the moon is. That's how important this new moon, a renewed moon, the beginning of the month is. Is it a dark moon or is it a sliver? Because if you get it wrong, your feast days are going to be wrong. Because that's how you calculate these days. I'm bringing out the importance of you getting this moon correct.
Yeah.
So far, we have not seen anything about anything dark, as we see so far. And now we know the importance of you getting it right if you want to do your feast days correct. Okay? All right, from there, I want to come to the Apocrypha now. Now I want to come to the Apocrypha. Ecclesiasticus chapter 43. Ecclesiasticus chapter 43, you're going to get verse 6 and verse 7.
You said Ecclesiastes chapter 43.
43, we'll start at verse 6. We'll start at verse 6. Then we're going to read down to verse 9, I think, or 7. Who has it? Oh, you wait for Tony to get there? Yeah, show him.
You said chapter 46.
43.
43.
We're going to start at verse 6.
Verse 6. Okay. Ecclesiasticus.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, I got it.
Go ahead.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 43, verse 6. He made the moon also to serve in her season for a decoration of time and a sign of the world.
Okay, so the moon, he made the moon also to serve in her seasons, in her appointed times. Okay, so he gives light and is also made to serve in her seasons. It says for a declaration of times. That's dealing with them high holy days. Again, the importance of the moon. All right, dealing with the times. Right. It says, and a sign of the world. That's why I brought out in Genesis chapter 1, when you're dealing with a sign, it's something that appears, something that you got to see. So it says here again, it's for an appearing, a sign to what? To the world. It's a visible sign to the world. Something that's dark is an invisible sign to the world. Can't see nothing. All right? So it's saying the same thing again here. We're dealing with visibility is something you can see. All right, go ahead.
Verse 7. From the moon is a sign of peace.
From the moon is the sign of feast. This is another way for you to verify that you're on the right day. Especially when you're dealing with Passover, unleavened bread, and tabernacles. If that moon isn't full and you're doing it, you know you're wrong. The moon is telling you you're wrong. It has to be full, especially on those 2 days. And especially also when you're dealing with the memorial blowing of the trumpets. That is the beginning of the 7th month. It's the first day of the month. If you get the moon wrong on that day, you're doing that feast day wrong. That's the beginning of the month. So if you're saying it's a dark moon when it's a sliver moon, and you're doing it on a dark moon and you're wrong, then you're doing that particular high holy day incorrect. That's so important to get the moon right. Okay? Again, only one thing. When you put one thing through all these different mathematical calculations, scriptures, whatever, one thing stays consistent with no flaws. It's that sliver. It's consistent. There is no inaccuracy when you deal with that. It covers the entire gamut. It never steers you wrong. It's always on point. It is always right. It's never wrong. Again, I will say this. I have never seen it to be wrong in all my years of using it for me counting it. And I've been doing this for over 10 years. And I've never known it to be wrong. I've never seen a verse that says that it was wrong. I know people who counted it. People who live in Israel have been counting it. and they have never said it steered him wrong yet. I've never heard it. I've been waiting to hear it. Okay. Go ahead and finish it off.
Verse 7.
Yes, sir.
From the moon is the sign of feast, a light that
Decreaseth.
decreaseth in her perfection.
It says a light. See, this is where IUIC goes off. They thinking it starts in the full and then it decreases. So that's why they're saying that it begins. The beginning of the month is the full, because they're using this verse here that says it's a light, meaning they say it's full, that decreaseth. That's what they're saying. So they start in their month and say, well, it starts full and then it decreases, is what he's saying. But that's incorrect, because we just talked about it being the signs of feast. The sign of feast of Passover, unleavened bread, and tabernacles would be when it's full. So when it's full and it gives you that particular sign, from that point, what it does, it decreases. It first starts with a sliver and it comes to the full to lock you into that feast day on the 15th day, and then it goes into a decreasing mode. That's what it does. It doesn't start full and then decreases, because that would contradict what it says about when the feast day begins in the middle of the month. In the middle of the month is full when the feast days of Passover, unleavened bread, and tabernacles are. Those are the beginning of the month, and that's when it's full. That cannot be the beginning of the month. If anyone is confused, let me know. I can go over it again. It's real slow. It's real easy to understand. And from when it's full, now from that point, after it don't point to these feast days when they begin, and these feast days being in the middle of the month, not saying all of them do, but it's pointing to the hog feast, but these at least Passover and Tabernacle. Then he talks about it decreasing from a full moon perspective. That's what the last verse here says. That it says a light that decreaseth. It says what? In her perfection. Meaning it's not going to finish its cycle. That's not the start of the cycle. That's going to finish the cycle. That's the middle of the cycle. It's going to now finish its cycle all the way around back till you get back to when it first visible again. The sliver again. That's what ends, that completes its perfection in its cycle and starts it over again. Why? Because you can see it. How would you know that the perfection is complete if you can't see it? Okay. Today we have technology to do certain things with. I'm putting us in a time frame of back then where they didn't have this technology. The only thing they can rely on is their visibility. They didn't have computers and all that other stuff, and whatever they said, they got mirrors on the moon, which is a lie, and all that other nonsense. They had none of that stuff then. So the only way our people could have calculated these things was for them to go and look at it visibly. They couldn't have looked at no dark moon and said that that's the beginning of the month, because they would come one day and see dark, and they say that's the beginning of the month. Yeah, it's dark. And then it would be dark another day, and dark another day. People would say, well, you guys are just crazy. It's still dark. They would say, y'all, you guys are wrong. The people would say that they're wrong, because the priest will then the priest will have to visibly sight the renewed moon. Two of them or three of them have to say, you have 2 or 3 witnesses have to sight it. They would then transfer it and tell it to the high priest. The high priest, the Cohen Gadol, will then he will then disseminate that information to the people. Then that's when we read in Psalms where they will blow the trumpet in the wind. It says in the new moon. Right. Once they sight it, the priest tell the high priest, he then goes and what? They blow the trumpet. The people hear the trumpet and say, that's the beginning of the month. So the people can now have their calculation that, okay, we now got to get up. We now that according to the scriptures we are taught, we now got to count. If it's the first month, they said, well, bro, we only got 14 days to get our stuff together, bro. You know what I'm saying? They're like 4 days from now. It's like 10 days from now. We gotta get the lamb out the house and the yeast out the house, the leaven out the house. We got to get the lamb and inspect it. We heard the trumpet on the first day of the first month. We got 10 days to get our stuff together, start getting the leaven out, sprinkling the lamb, getting it cleaned up, so the people will know.
Right.
But if the priest is getting it wrong, he's throwing everything off, and it would show the next month that he's off. It would show that he's off next month. Okay, so that's how important it is. All right. Let me see if I have anything else. I'm looking through my notes here, my precept and scriptures here. I'm gonna leave it there. I think I've somewhat thoroughly covered that it has to be this. Oh no! I'm forgetting. I just remember. Let me get two more scriptures. Two more scriptures, and then I'm done. Just remember, 2 more scriptures. I want to come to the book of Genesis. I want to go to the book of Genesis, the 8th chapter. Genesis chapter 8. I want to get Genesis, the 8th chapter. All right. And I'm coming here to show you that every month has to be 30 days. I've not read anywhere where there's a month other than 20 days according to math that's left in the Bible. Unless what's left in the Bible is incorrect. But the math given to us from the scriptures is every month has to be 30 days. There is not a day that's 29 days according to the math given to us from the text itself. And we get that in the book of Genesis, the 8th chapter. So we can verify what we're saying here so we get it correct. So we know when a day begins. This is crazy. It fell apart. So we had Genesis 6, 7.
Yeah, the Bible falling apart. But you not.
Yeah, brother, it don't fell apart. Real.
That's like Star Wars Bible, what Zion Alice. You remember how Zion Alice?
Yeah, that another Bible it fell apart.
That Bible.
One piece over there and another piece over there. Genesis chapter 7.
Chapter 7.
Genesis chapter 7. Yeah, let's get Genesis chapter 7, and I want to read verse 24.
Okay, I'll take it.
Okay.
Genesis chapter 7, starting in verse 24. And the waters prevailed upon the earth 150 days.
Okay, so we have that first piece of math. So the water prevailed upon the earth 150 days. I want to jump down. Give me verse 11.
In chapter 8.
Chapter 7.
Oh, chapter 7. Okay. And it reads, and the 600th year of Noah's life, in the 2nd month, the 7th day of the month,
17th.
17th day of the month, the same day were all the fountains of the deep broken up, and the windows of heaven were open.
So that's giving you the starting point of when the water started to come on the earth. All right. It was in Noah's 600th year. It's the 2nd month on the 17th day of the month. Okay. Jump down to verse. Give me Genesis now. Then we just read Genesis 24. Genesis chapter 7 verse 24, where it says it was 150 days that the water was on the earth. Now jump down to chapter 8 and give me verse 4 and 5.
4 and 5. Okay. And it reads, and the ark rested in the seventh month on the 17th day of the month upon the mountains of Ararat. Right
on Mount Ararat. So now we went from it starting in the 2nd month, the 17th day of the month, now resting on the 7th month, right? 7th month on the 17th day of the month, and it rested in the mountains of Ararat or Aratu. Okay, go ahead.
And the waters decreased continually until the 10th month. In the 10th month, on the first day of the month, were the tops of the mountains seen.
Okay. Now, so we see here that the ark rested. It landed on one of the mountains and stopped on the 7th month and the 17th day of the month on the mountains of Ararat. So when you put that two together, that's a 5-month span. From the 2nd month, 17th day of that month, to the 7th month, 17th day of that month is a complete 5 months. And we got the math that is 150 days. That means every month has to be 30 days, right? If anyone is not clear, let me know. I can go over it again. That means every day has to be 30 days because we have 7 months, and we are told that in that 7th month, we have 5 months from the 2nd month to the 7th month. In between those two there, we are told that there are 150 days. The 2nd month, 17th day to the 7th month, 17th day, we are told in between those two time frames is 150 days, is what we are told in Genesis chapter 7, verse 24. Tells us that's 150 days. That would mean every month in between the 2nd month, 17th day, to the 7th month, 17th day, each month in there has to be 30 days. So we deal with the calendar. So now if we're on a calendar that has 12 months on it, we have already covered the 2nd month to the 7th month in a 12-year calendar. And the scriptures are telling us the 2nd month to the 7th month, those are all 30-day months. So what's left out is the 1st month, then the 8th month to the 12th month. But we already covered the 2 to the 5, those are 30 days. Right? So we clear. Right? From there, we're going to get one more and finish it out. Right? So again, I'm bringing that out to say this. In a Hebrew calendar, if you are getting a 29 days in the 2nd month to the 5th month, you have to be wrong. Because the text just letting us know that the 2nd month to the 5th month, those are all 30-day months. You cannot get a 29-day month from the 2nd to the 5th month nowhere in the Hebrew calendar.
Right.
You can't get it there.
No, you can't get it there.
You have to get 29 days outside of that time frame.
Mm-hmm.
You can't fall nowhere in that particular in those months there whatsoever. Otherwise, what the text is saying is wrong. Or you have to show where it's saying, well, then it fluctuates.
Right.
Because this particular year here, in Noah's 600 years, there was no fluctuation at all from the 2nd to the 5th month at all. So then you're saying that this particular year is an isolated year where this one year, all these months was 30 days, and then maybe in 601 year or afterwards, then there's a fluctuation in the calendar after this fact, which that wouldn't be consistent. It have to be the same thing consistently from this point, even down to our point. There is no change at all in the time frame.
And that was done for our learning.
That's what it says. The thing written aforetime was written for our learning, it says. All right? So we're going through it. I want to get one more, and I'm going to end it there. Man, this thing is completely fell apart, bro. I'm going to need some glue or something in a minute. I need another Bible. I want to come to the book of Revelations, chapter 11. It's my last one.
Bible just like that, and it came apart. Just everything came.
Yeah, that one came apart too. Yep.
How's it come apart? I mean,
Because
you were saying
he constantly in it.
I know, but you were saying that you use the index cards that make it like, do
that was the last one.
That last one. What made this one do that?
Just the use.
Use. Okay.
Just keep flipping pages, bro.
Because he constantly studying and reading and this and that, and doing this and deciphering it,
Debates and
breaking the codes. This man broke the code of the matrix right here.
No. You mean the Da Vinci Code.
Yeah, Da Vinci Code.
Chapter 11.
Yeah, Revelations chapter 11. Get verse 1 and 2. We get the context here. Get verse 1 and 2.
I'll take this. Go ahead. Everybody there?
Yeah.
Okay. Revelations chapter 11, verse 1 and 2. And there was given me a reed like unto a rod, and the angel stood, saying, Rise and measure the temple of God, and the altar, and them that worship therein. But the court which is without the temple leave out, and measure it not, for it is given unto the Gentiles, and the holy city shall they tread under foot 42 months.
Okay, so we have a time frame here of 42 months, right? How long is 42 months?
42 months. It's what, 84?
What?
You said 40 in 2 months? 3 months.
Yeah, 42 months.
42 months.
42 months.
Yeah.
How long is 42 months?
3.5 years.
3.5 years. You concur or no?
Yeah, 3.5. Yeah.
I was going to be sure.
Okay. 3.5. Yes.
So they're going to trod down the courts for 3.5 years. Clear?
Yeah.
Now I want to jump. I want to jump down.
Okay.
There it is. See, because I'm going off the head. One second is right here. There's more in this map here in this chapter. I'm trying to get it. I knew why I didn't have the precept pulled in here. Linking it up. Give me 1 second. Let me read down and try to find it.
It's
Jump
the very next verse. Verse 3.
Verse 3. Read it. Verse 3.
Oh, okay. We have Revelations 11 and the third verse. And I will give power unto my 2 witnesses, and they shall prophesy 1,203 days, clothed in sackcloth.
Okay. So again, 1,203 days. That's 1,260 days. All right. So they're gonna prophesy that so while the Gentiles are trotting down the courts for 42 months, which is 3.5 years, these prophets at the same time frame they're going to be prophesying, giving them power for that particular time to prophesy, and it talks about them prophesying and them doing these signs and different things, and then they're gonna die. Okay, give me 1 second here. I want to get the other I'm putting this time frame together. This is verse 3. I want to get the other precepts here. Okay. Give me chapter 12. The 12th chapter, Revelation, chapter 12.
From the top.
I want to jump down. Give me verse 5 and 6.
Revelations chapter 12, verse 5 and 6. And it reads, And she brought forth a man-child who was to rule all nations with a rod of iron. And her child was caught up unto God up unto God and to his throne.
Right. So the woman brought forth this child. We're speaking of the Messiah, because he's going to rule all nations with a rod of iron. Let's be clear. And her child was caught up to the Most High on his throne. That's Christ went back up into the third heaven. Right. Go ahead.
Verse 6. And the woman fled into the wilderness, where she hath a place prepared of God, that they should feed her there 1,260 days.
Okay, so again, we have it again here again, 1,203 days. So the woman fled into the wilderness for that time. So we have the Gentiles throwing down the courts. Two prophets of the Most High is there for the exact same time frame, 3.5 years. The woman Israel, we're now hidden away from what's going on into the wilderness for the exact same time frame, 1,203 days. Okay, and the math on that 42 months. So you put that math together. That means every month has to be what?
30 days.
30 days. So now we have a 3.5 year period, and the math says again, each month is 30 days. Okay. So when we deal with the sliver, according to this Bible, you count 30 days, you come back to a sliver again. If you don't come back to a sliver again, you're miscounting something. You missed a day or something. If you did not miss a day, if your calculation is correct and it's not 30 days, this math is wrong. It's either one of the two. It's either this math is wrong or your math is wrong. It's either one of the two. It can't be two. And we trying to come down, trying to find the truth of what the matter is.
Okay.
Now, it's possible that the text could have been tampered with, or whatever the case might be. We don't know. We have found tampered text before. We have found that. The one we found, we have made correction. But according to the text that we have, it's saying each day is 30 days, and it's supposed to start with the sliver. And there's nothing here that talks about a dark moon being the beginning of the month. And with that, I'll leave it there.
Okay. All right. Let me start out by saying this. A lot of what was brought out is correct. I don't disagree with a lot of what was being said. A lot of valuable points were made, and so my intention is to not go against anything that was said per se, but just to try to help bring some clarity to some things that might have been missed based on the studies that I've done on this particular subject, and try to see if we can bring some harmony to it, because there are some things there that do need to be brought out as well, that may appear contrary to the information that was previously brought out. But again, the intent is to not directly go against anything that was brought out, because I do agree with a lot of what was said. With that being said, can we go back to Genesis chapter 1? I want to go back to Genesis chapter 1. And verse 14.
Okay. You want me to take this?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Okay, Genesis chapter 1, verse 14. And God said, let there be lights in the firmaments of heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and for years.
Okay, so before we continue on, we gotta break down certain parts of this. All right, so there's supposed to be lights in the firmament. Okay, Now we all generally know as we read down is gonna what is going to refer to, but we gotta hone in on each part. Okay, so you have lights that are in a firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and they're supposed to be for signs. And I agree with what the brother said that those signs is something that appears, and then you have these lights are supposed to be for seasons or for appointed times, and then they're also supposed to be for days, whether it be a 12-hour day or a 24-hour day period, and it says it's supposed to be for years. Okay, so it's also you're supposed to be able to calculate a year with these signs. Okay, I mean with these lights that are placed in the firmament. Okay, it's supposed to be able to govern signs, seasons, days, and years. Okay, uh, I just want to throw a little side note out there. It doesn't say weeks because a lot of lunar Sabbath brothers try to use this verse to try to say, see, man, you're supposed to be going by the moon to keep the Sabbath. And that it doesn't say weeks. The word Shabbat or or the Hebrew word for weeks is not there. Okay. These signs do not, I mean, these lights do not calculate weeks. Okay. The Sabbath day is something that is set apart from that calculates weeks, which is a 7-day count. Okay, so I just want to make that clear. All right, but let's continue on. Go ahead, verse 15.
Verse 15. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heavens to give light upon the earth. And it was so.
Go ahead.
And God made the two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also.
All right, read that last part again.
And the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also.
So he made the stars also. And see, that's the part that's missing in the information that I'm hearing that's brought is the stars, because the stars play a role in this, and we cannot just like glaze over the stars. Okay, they play a very significant role in what, according to my studies, in how seasons and years in particular are brought in. Okay, the stars play a very vital role in that. All right. Now,
Can
I
I,
don't
can
want
I,
to.
can I
Because
say something?
yeah.
I agree with that completely. I agree with that completely. But I just want to I just want to remind you and say that we're trying to establish what is the new moon.
Right. Right.
Not not
Right.
not years or stuff like that. We're trying to get now. You do years, you got to deal with the stars. But I'm saying we're just trying to figure out the new moon. So, um, do you need stars to calculate the new moon? You saying?
Well, I wanna get to that because it's gonna involve the count as well. Okay.
Oh,
Because in order for us to calculate a year, you got to be able to calculate each month consecutively in order to get to your year. Okay. So they do line in conjunction with each other. You can't have years without having a certain set of months. In order for you to have a year, you gotta know how to calculate your months consistently.
no,
Okay.
I get. I'm asking. My question is that do you need the stars to calculate the beginning of the month? I'm saying.
I'm gonna say yes, and I'm gonna get to that part in a moment.
Okay.
Okay. So because the stars do play a vital part in certain months coming in, okay, for certain seasons, for certain appointed times. Okay. Um, I want to go to that scripture because I don't need to double back on everything because as far as what you brought out in Leviticus 23 about you know the middle of the month and everything and all that that's all consistent, and I agree 100% with everything that was said with that. Uh, uh, okay, can we go to Psalm 81 real quick? I just want to let's go back to that one. Psalm 81. Psalm 81. And just go straight to verse 3.
Psalms 81 verse 3. Blow up the trumpet in the new moon, in the time appointed, on our solemn feast days.
Okay, so just as the brother stated earlier, uh, it says new moon or renewed moon, and then it says in the time appointed, which in Hebrew, when you actually retranslate that, it's referring to a full moon, and even in the interlinear, it says the same thing. All right, on our solemn feast days. Okay, let me pull something up real quick. Give me 1 second here. Okay, so now what's going on here with this word new moon here is it's the word Kodesh or Kadash, as in the paleo. All right, it's pronounced Kadash, and when you it's the Strong's word H2320, and it comes from the word from Strong's number H2318, which is also pronounced Kadash. All right, which means to renew or to repair or to rebuild. Okay, and we know that the month it goes through a renewing phase. Okay, so I'm in agreement with that. It definitely does that. That's the cycle that it goes through. There's also when you go to, because I'm gonna come back here real quick. When you go to Psalm 104 and 19, can we go there real quick? Because I'm gonna come back to Psalm 81 and 3. Well, I want to go to Psalm 104 and 19 real quick.
Psalms 104:19. He appointed the moon for seasons. The sun knoweth his going down.
Okay, so now the word moon here, it's a different Hebrew word. It's not Kadash. It's Yarak. All right, and it's not referring to it being in terms of it being something that renews. It's it's more of it being an object. Okay, so it's not actually something that's saying that it renews itself. Okay, so and it's from the word H3391, and it says a signification or a lunation, that is month, moon, month, or whatever. So when you go to uh I'm trying to freestyle it too. Whenever you go to the scripture in the apocrypha that we'll get to in a minute, which is why it says, the month is called after her name and all that. That's why it says that, because you have an object of the moon that has a cycle of going from month to month. It goes through a cycle, a light cycle of of illuminating, and then the light decreasing, and then the light being brought back forth again. Okay, so those things do happen consistently month to month with this object, and that process is Kadash on the object of Uriah. Okay, or Yarat. All right, so you got these two words here. Now, I will agree and say that they can be interchangeable, um, but one refers to the object, and the other refers to its cycle. Okay. Now, when you come back to Psalm 81 and 3, um, when you come back here and it says, "Blow up the trumpet in the new moon, in the time appointed on our solemn feast day." Uh, the full moon, it does have significance, and I want to hone in on that. All right, which is very significant. All right, the full moon has a very significant thing going on with it. All right, and from there, I want to go to that scripture in the Apocrypha. What is that? Ecclesiasticus 43.
Yeah.
Verse 6.
Okay, so Ecclesiasticus 43. Uh, Let me get there real quick. 1 second. Ecclesiasticus 43 and verse 6.
Ecclesiastes chapter 43, verse 6. He made the moon also to serve in her season for a declaration of times and a sign of the world.
Okay, so when you go back to Genesis chapter 1, it talks about how these lights are made for signs and for seasons. All right. So now this verse here is saying that the moon was was made to serve in her season. So the moon has an appointed time. Okay, the moon has an appointed time. Okay, for a declaration of times and a sign of the world. Now, the next verse is going to tell you what the sign is. Okay, so let's read verse 7.
Wait, I have a question.
Okay,
What is the season of the moon, or what season does the moon serve in?
it's gonna let you know as you continue to read on. Okay, so because the moon, because it says the moon, he also made the moon to serve in her season, in her appointed time. Okay, and it says that it's a sign, but it says for a declaration of time, so for a declaring of times. Okay, so the moon has a that cycle that it goes through. It has a certain time frame that is meant to be a sign during a certain season. Okay, and so when you read verse 7, let's read verse 7 real quick so I can finish explaining it.
Verse 7. From the moon is the sign of feast, a light that decreaseth in her perfection.
Okay, so the particular sign that it is referring to that is meant to serve for a particular season is when it is full for those feast days that you spoke about earlier. Okay, that's that sign that it is meant for. That is when it appears full for everybody to see. It appears full during that time. All right, that's the sign that you look for whenever you have your feast, is that full moon for Passover and for tabernacles, like you said. Okay, um, in particular, those signs that you particularly look for because of the way that that verse finishes out, a light that decreaseth in her perfection. So we know that it's referring to a full moon as the sign. Okay. Um Now, when you talking about the beginning of the month, let's continue on. Let's read verse 8. Go ahead.
Verse 8. The month is called after her name, increasing wonderfully in her changing, being an instrument of the armies above,
Mm-hmm.
shining in the firmament of heaven.
Go ahead.
The beauty of heaven, the glory of the stars, an ornament giving light in the highest places of the Most High.
Okay, so we know that the moon is supposed to be a declaration of the times to let us know when we're going from one month to the next month, right? It's supposed to let us know that. And but it's also letting us know that it's an ornament that is among the stars. All right. It is an ornament that is among the stars because the moon is present with the stars. It's present with it. So so in order for us to understand when a new month is coming in, we have to understand the moon and how it operates with the stars because it's an ornament among the stars. Okay, so now uh I don't need to double back on the whole 360-day thing because I know we're in agreement on that. Uh Definitely the year is 360 days. The one thing I do disagree with is the moon does not determine 360 days. It's the moon and the stars that determine 360 days because of the fact that the moon, it has a certain phase that it is in from month to month in conjunction with a certain constellation of stars that is present for that month. Okay, which is which is what I'm about to go to now. Job. I want to go to Job 38 real quick.
All right, can I say something?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, did I say that the moon determines the entire year as days? Did I say that? I want to be clear.
No, no, no. I know. I'm not saying that you were saying that. What the point that I'm trying to make is that when we are calculating a month year round, we cannot exclude the stars. That's the point that I'm making. And so when we are doing that, we have to okay, whenever the beginning of a month is happening, whether it be dark moon or sliver, whether it be dark moon or sliver, we also have to be observant of okay, what set of constellations of stars is present when this time is coming in
Okay.
because you're not gonna have the same set of stars every month whenever the month is beginning again.
Okay. I would say if we're gonna deal with calculating a year, it would have to be the moon, the stars, and the sun. We have to use all three. We're not just going to use just the moon and the stars. If you're dealing with a year, you have to calculate the sun too, because the sun rules the day. So
Right.
if we're dealing with a year, we're dealing with sun, moon, and stars, all three, right? Dealing
Come.
with a year, right? So now, like I said, now I don't know if you gonna answer because I asked the question before and you said once we read down, I would get the answer, and I don't think I got the answer once we read down. I was asking what season because it says we read about the moon. It says that um, it says he made the moon also to serve in her season. So I was asking you what's the season of the moon?
Well, the season of the moon is the appointed time for the moon to for it to serve is for it to be a sign for feast. That's 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 the season that it serves in. It serves in that time to be a sign for feast whenever it is full.
The season of the moon you saying is the high holy day itself. You saying?
Yeah, the time that the moon the season that the moon serves in is the sign for a feast, which is the full moon. So, and that's the sign, like you said, whenever we talking about a sign, it's an appearing. So we know that everyone sees a full moon. Everyone sees it. Okay, that's the sign that appears for everyone to see to declare the times is the full moon. That's what declares the times for us as Hebrews to let us know. Okay, Passover is here, or Passover is, okay, now we're in the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Okay, now, okay, this is Tabernacles, so on and so forth. And just like how you said, how whenever they will blow the trumpet for the new moon, we also know that they blew the trumpet for the feast. Whenever a feast will come, they will also blow trumpets for that as well. Okay, so for Passover, when it's a full moon out, they're blowing the trumpet. Whenever Tabernacles comes, when it's a full moon out, they're blowing the trumpet. So it's still declaring times for us in regards to our high holy days. That's the season that the moon is meant to serve for. Much like when you read, when you go back and you read Psalms 104 and 19, it says that for the moon was made for seasons. Well, what season? The feast, and so we know that. And so now that's why I said that the full moon has a big significance in determining and declaring our times. And we both agree that the full moon is the 15th day. Is the 15th day. We know that the full moon is consistent. If if there's ever any issue of whether it's dark moon or sliver, we can always go to the full moon as the 15th day being consistent. That's one thing that is consistent all the way across the board, is that 15th day. And so and so now the wisdom that the Most High is putting on me is, I'm like, well, if that's what's consistent, and if that's the sign that we always got to look for, why don't we just count backwards? Like, why don't we just count backwards 14 days from the 15th day, and then we'll get our first day month to month? Why don't we just do that? Because we know that that's the sign that we have to look for, that in accordance with our high holy days, particularly Passover. Okay. Um, and tabernacle.
Right. Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
I would say, I would. The moon is what you look at to find out what the high holy day is, the appointed times. Now, I would say that the season, according to scripture, will be the night seasons. The Bible talks about in the night seasons. We know that it said that the sun was to rule the day and the moon was to rule the night. So the season
Right.
that the moon serves in is the night season. So it serves at night, right? And I'm saying that according to the verb, it serves at night. So if you're talking about the high holy days of a full moon, technically that will only covers two high holy days. That would covers technically 2, 3 Passover, unleavened bread, and tabernacles. The reason why I'm saying this like this is because what about the other feast days? What about the other appointed times that is supposed to help deal with? The full moon deals with those particular high holy days. The tabernacles, Passover, unleavened bread, and sometimes maybe even Pentecost. But then we don't have trumpets, and we don't have atonement, and that's where the beginning of it comes in, where it calculates for you. Trumpets is the beginning of the 7th month, and then you go back to your count 10 days, and you get to atonement. So that's why I'm saying it isn't just dealing with it on a full moon level. I put it in a season of night where it covers all of it. That makes sense.
Yeah, I agree with that. What I will add to that is, if it's dealing with it on a night season, then we have to go back to what it says about how it's an ornament in heaven among the stars. So the stars are in conjunction with this new month coming in. So there has to be so there has so the stars have to play a significant role, and there has to be a constellation of stars that are present when this when this new moon is happening, whether it be a sliver or dark. We know that the stars are there too, and they can't be left out. Uh, Now I just want to read one verse real quick before because I know like we got some things that because I do want to get to the count. Uh, because I do want to get to the count. Okay, so uh Job 38 and let's start at verse 31.
Job 30, what Job 38 and Job 38 and 31.
Huh.
Like I said, brother, I agree with you that I agree with you that the stars do play a significance, but I was more looking for you to read a verse that actually says it. But I'll let you finish up though. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Job 38 verse 1. Then Yahweh answered Job out of the whirlwind and said,
Wait, hold on. I think you started from verse 1. 31.
Oh, Job 38.
verse 31 you want to start at?
31.
Yeah, verse 31.
Job 38, I think you said verse 1. Okay, verse 31. Okay. Job chapter 38, verse 31. Canst thou bind the sweet influences of Pleiades, or loose the bands of Orion?
Go ahead.
Canst thou bring forth Mazzaroth in her season, or canst thou guide Arcturus, Arcturus with his sons?
Okay. So Pleiades, Orion, Mazzaroth, and Arcturus, these are all dealing with constellations. Okay. Now I want to focus on Mazzaroth, because it says, "Can now bring forth Mazzaroth in his season." Okay. Now Mazzaroth, they almost got the translation right, but in the Paleo, it's Mazarah. It's actually Mazarah, and it is defined as, let me pull it up. It says the 12 signs of the zodiac and their 36 associated constellations. Okay, so why am I bringing this up in regards to what everything they were bringing out as far as months is concerned? Okay, just like just like how it says it's got 12 signs of the zodiac, you got 12 months. Okay, then you have 36 associated constellations with those 12 signs of the zodiac, or 12 months. Okay, so 36 associated constellations. Constellations are sets of stars. Okay, now let's do a little math. If you were to divide 36 by 12, you're going to get 4. Okay, 36 by
Yeah,
12.
what?
Yeah, 3.
It's 3.
Oh, three. You're right, 3. So you're going to get 3. Okay, so that means that there's 3 sets of constellations that are present every month that we are dealing in. Okay, so just like how the moon has this cycle that it goes through, it it goes through that cycle in conjunction with these with these with these constellations that go from month to month also, because like I said, every month you don't have the same set of constellations in the sky present with the moon. There's a different set of constellations present with the moon every single month. So let's just say, for example, if this dark moon or slither, if it comes in at a certain time, then it has to come in at that time with those certain set of constellations every month, because this is dealing with a month also. These stars are dealing with a month, and from month to month. all the way out until you get to a full year, which is why back in Genesis chapter 1, it talks about these lights, how they govern days, and they also governs years. And we know that, and we know that you got to have 12 months to get to a year. And these constellations have to appear, have to be signs that have to appear along with the moon in order for it to transition from month to month to get to that completion of a year. Okay, so now whenever I have done the count, because I'm in agreement with the 360-day count, I'm in total agreement with it. Okay. Genesis chapter 7, chapter 8, along with Revelation chapter 11 and chapter 12, lets us know that the biblical calendar is 360 days. Okay. That is consistent.
It
But it is
also let us know every month is 30 days.
right. It also lets us know that every month is 30 days.
Okay.
But that's in conjunction with, like you said, we have to do the sun, the moon, and the stars. We can't just say moon only. You can't just say stars only. You can't just say sun only. It's got to be all three, because this is what's going to govern our whole year.
I'm saying if we're trying to calculate a year, I'm saying I'm still how does the sun, moon, and stars constellation that you bring out, how does all of that get to determine just the beginning of a month? I'm trying to understand.
Well, because when we're dealing with, well, in particular, because we know that a new day begins when the sun goes down, and when night begins to set in. So we know that that's the season that we have to be in observance of whenever we are determining when a new month comes in, because a new month also begins a new day. Okay, so which begins whenever the sky is darkened. Okay, and the stars appear. Okay, because the stars appear. Okay, we know that the moon, yes, it has a sliver, but it also has a period of it being dark. It does have that. So, and I'm not saying whether or not, I'm not saying that, oh well, nah, it's always dark or it's always sliver. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that whenever it comes in, whenever this new month comes in, whether it be a a dark moon or a sliver, the stars appear. That's something that appears regardless. Okay, they never go dark. As far as the studies that I've that I've seen, they never go dark. You just have a different set every month. You have a different set of constellations every month that appear, and so that's something that we got to look into. And we got to try to get understanding on is, okay, well, what's with these stars? Because when I'm doing this count, and I just use the moon only, I'm not getting 360. Me personally, I'm not getting 360 for the year, because I'm like, all right, I understand. I have to use this moon to determine my feast days and all that, and it lets you know when it's the 15th day and everything. But when I'm counting it out for the year, it's not adding up to 360. The only way it adds up to 360 is by the time I get to the next new year for that new month. That 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 cycle of the moon is like dang near halfway full already, and I'm like, nah, this can't be right. This can't be right. If it's supposed to be a sliver or it's supposed to be dark, whether it's supposed to be one or the other, there's no way that by the time I get to the beginning of the year, the freaking moon cycle is already like halfway full. Like that I'm like, in a 360-day count, I'm saying. I'm like, so something is off with that. If you're just using the moon only.
I'm,
You
I'm
know,
not
so
I'm not quite following. I'm not quite following what you're saying, because we know that there are years. There are years. Um, within the time frame that we had since the creation until now that it's not 360 because there is what they call it is a leap year.
Right.
An extra month is added on, so that year wouldn't be 360. That year would be actually what 390. So every year isn't 360, right? But and that's determined by the Most High. So that's got to be factored in as well. You know what I'm saying? So
I agree.
it
I
isn't
agree.
just it isn't just 360 every year. So that's why I'm saying it's kind of like you can't jump ahead. That's one reason why you can't. That's one reason why you cannot jump ahead because you jump ahead, you could be wrong. And most I might be like, well, no, I'm gonna add right here extra month, and you jump ahead, and then you try to back up. That will throw off your whole entire year because the most add extra month on there, and then that makes you then you look at it, and it makes you wrong. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm saying that the jumping ahead thing, I don't see it biblically to jump ahead. You know what I'm saying? You have to just go with when the signs are shown, and then you go from there. You do what it wants the sign show you, then you count. You
Okay,
know,
so then let me ask this question. Let me ask this question with you saying that. So with the signs, are you saying that the sign is only the sliver, or are you saying that the signs have to be the sliver along with these constellations? Because it can't be just. I mean, because from what I'm seeing in the scriptures, I'm like, it can't just be just this moon only that we're supposed to be going with.
it depends on what it depends on what you're trying to it depends on what you're trying to calculate. If you're trying to calculate the beginning of the month, the sliver is all you need. Unless you can show me something that says to calculate the beginning of the month, you need the moon and the star. That's what I'm saying. I was waiting for. I agree with you. You need the sun, moon, and stars, but it depends on what you're trying to calculate. When you're trying to calculate the Shabbat, that's just plain counting. You don't need no sun, moon, and stars for that. You just count 7 days and you know what it is.
Right, right.
So you need certain things to establish certain things, and then certain things you don't need certain things to establish certain things. Like I said, if you can show me something where it says you need the stars also to determine the beginning of the month, I'm with you. To determine the year, I agree with you. You need sun, moon, and stars. But just for a 30-day month by itself, just the month, the beginning of just the month, all I've seen so far is just you need just the moon for that. And let me pause because Izar got his hand up. You want to say something, Izar?
I got a response from Zabak.
You got a response from Zabak?
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah, man. Let's chime that in real quick.
Okay, he responded. Numbers 28 and 11. In the beginning of your month, it says in the beginning, so it's the first dark moon day.
Huh? I mean, I know what it says. That's why I'm saying. I see. Nah, man, he can't even be in this conversation that we having because he's not even on this level that we're talking about, man. Like, okay, see, now the issue that I've always had with Dark Moon only is there's definitely no scripture that says go by the Dark Moon. You kind of have to speculate and insinuate that it's a dark moon. Now let me just pause for a minute. Let me just go to one verse because this got brought out to me. Okay, whenever they was like, oh yeah, it's the dark moon. Okay, so first they went to Psalm 81, right? First went to Psalms 81, and they went to verse 3, right? And then they read that. It was read to me, and then when they got to the point where it says in the time appointed, this is how it was explained. Okay. Uh Psalm 81:3, where it says, blow the trumpet in the new moon in the time appointed on our solemn feast day. They'll go to the word in the time appointed, and they'll say, see, it says full moon, but then they say that go behind the word, uh to go behind the word kaseh, and you go to the word 3680, which is behind the word 3677, which is kasa, and it says to clothe, to conceal, to cover, to hide. So let's say, see, it's talking about a dark moon.
Mm.
That's how that was explained to me. Then they went to the prophecies where it talks about the day of the Most High is a day of darkness. Okay, so that's how that got explained to me, and I was like, okay, all right. And at the time, I was still studying it, so I didn't really know how to break that down. But then I'm like I said, like upon just studying more, I'm like, nah, that's not it because it's talking about a feast day. It's talking about an appointed time, and we know that when the Passover tabernacles, at least those two, when that is happening, those are happening on full moons. Okay. Also, the reason why I began to have an issue with it was because I started to see there was one year I went out, we went camping, we went out and did tabernacles, and we were out there camping. Now, when you're doing tabernacles out there camping, you away from the city lights and all that stuff. So you can see the stars and moon and everything and that stuff. You can see the full cycle of it and everything, as long as it's not cloudy. Okay. And when I looked up, the moon was not full. And I'm like, but we had calculated from a dark moon that particular year. And I'm like, the moon ain't full on the 15th day. I'm like, this is 15th day and the moon is not full. And I'm like, what's going on? I'm like, I mean, you could clearly see it wasn't full yet. It was still probably like 2 to 3 days off. And I'm like, this moon not full yet. Like you can tell that it's not full. And even the other brother that was with me was like, yeah, man, like, what's up with the moon, man? It ain't quite full yet. I'm like, yeah, I know it's not. So from that moment on, I really began to question it. I was like, man, something is off about that dark moon stuff because, like if you're counting 15 days, if you count 14 days up from a dark moon being the first day, by the time you land on day 15, the moon is still not full. So something is wrong. So now, uh, uh, I do want to bring this out real quick though. I do want to bring this out. Judges chapter 8, because this was brought out to try to debunk the whole sliver thing. Okay, can we go to Judges chapter 8 real quick? Um, I believe it's Judges chapter 8.
21.
Yeah, Judges 8 and 21. Yeah, we can just deal with that one.
Judges chapter 8, verse 21. Then Zeba and Zalmunna said, rise thou and fall upon us. For as the man is, so is his strength. And Gibeon arose and slew Zeba and Zalmunna and took away the ornaments that were on their camels' necks.
All right, so when you look up the word ornament,
You still there?
You
is
went out,
the
brother.
strong.
Can't hear you. You went out. We couldn't hear you for a minute.
Oh man, okay. All right. So now when you read Judges chapter 8, verse 21, the word ornaments there in Hebrew, Strong's number is 7720, and it's the word Saharon. All right, and Saharon is defined as moon or crescent. Okay. Uh, and then when you get down to verse 26, read verse 26 real quick.
Verse 26. And the weight of the golden earrings that he requested was 1,700 shekels of gold, besides ornaments and colors and purple raiment that was on the kings of Midian, and beside the chains that were about the camels' necks.
Okay, so the Midianites, they used a crescent. I know you use the word sliver, but I know traditionally the word has always been crescent. All right, even whenever the first sighting of the moon receiving light, they always say crescent. Even though we're using the word sliver, they will always say crescent. And the Midianites did use the crescent moon. Okay, uh, they would use it for idolatry and so on and so forth. So these verses were given to me, and going into the Hebrew and all that stuff to say, see, man, there's something wrong with the sliver because it goes back to idolatry. And I was like, okay. So, but now here's the thing. When I'm looking at a full moon, when I can see the moon is lit on the whole circumference of it, okay, when it's at 100% fully illuminated, then I begin to count 15, 14 days backwards. On some months, I'm landing on the sliver. And then on some months, I'm landing on a dark moon. And I'm like, okay, what's going on here? Like what's going on? Okay. Now I do have uh days for of the year of if you count 15 days backwards from a full moon to day one, what what day you will get. Now, I mean, I want to ask you, for the new moon this month, what day was it?
Wait a minute. I want to speak on this crescent thing just now. You just said on. I'm gonna answer your question.
Okay.
Answer your question because it is. This is just the ignorance of men that say things in ignorance. You can use anything that's righteous for something that's wicked. Doesn't make the thing that's righteous wicked because you using it for something wicked. People use the Bible for wicked reasons. Is the Bible wicked because they use it for that? They use the Bible to trick people, manipulate people, take money from them, lie to them, manipulate them. Is it the book that's the problem, or is it the person that's the problem? So the argument about the Midianites having a crescent on their camel's neck makes it wicked. It's a false argument. It just suggests that you cannot use something that's righteous for something that's wicked, which is ignorance. That shows their ignorance of something. The shield of David is used for something wicked, but is it a wicked symbol? It's the point. Is the origin of it wicked? And I understand the point you're saying about I'm calling it a sliver, and it's always being used as a crescent. No, I agree with that. What I'm saying is that the crescent isn't a sliver. I'm saying that the crescent is 4 days in because it's huge. It isn't. It's not a sliver. It's. And I'm saying, and the reason why I'm saying this is because I'm saying is that what they're saying is that we're telling you that when you read in your Bible in Genesis chapter 1, when the moon is made on the 4th day, that's what the moon would look like. It would look 4 days in. It's a crescent. That's why it's that thick. That's what they're saying. They're actually agreeing with Genesis chapter 1, verse 14. That the moon was made there 4 days in, and they marking it to show it's 4 days in. It's a crescent. That's what they're saying. It's accurate. It's not a sliver, though. That's my point. I'm looking at it's not a sliver. The sliver will be the first day, will be much thinner. A crescent is much thicker. So I agree with that. But as far as they're trying to say that the crescent is something that's wicked because the Midianites had it, then where did the Midianites get it from? Because the Midianites come out of Abraham. They come out of Abraham. And Abraham would have taught them that. So the argument is falls flat again. You're talking about men that come out of Abraham. You'd have to now show me where they're getting this stuff from to say that how that it is wicked because it's consistent with Genesis chapter 1, verse 14. Accurately, 4 days in. Okay? Now, as far as your question about what is the new moon, you said this month or last month?
Because we just came into a new month. So what day did you have for it?
For this month, you say?
Mm-hmm.
We wrote the calendar?
Yeah.
The calendar says,
What does the calendar say it is to be?
the calendar says is that
He wants the pagan date.
right. Okay, the
No, 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 no. I want the day that you have because I mean because you can look it up online and see when it's dark or whatever. I just want to know what day did you guys have it set for?
Well, this calendar is saying it was on the, June 22nd at even.
What is that?
June 22nd. So Monday. So Monday night.
Monday night, yeah.
Okay. What did you have last month?
That's when the first of the third
Would you give him the beginning of the month or the full moon? He asked for the full moon.
Well, yes, from the beginning
No,
of
no,
the
no,
month.
no, 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 no. I'm asking for the new moon. Like I'm asking for the new moon.
He's asking at the beginning when the month started. That's when he's asking.
Okay.
Yeah. So you got Monday. Okay. What did you get last month? Hold on. Let me write these down. Hold on. Give me a
It
second.
was Monday because I know last Shabbat is when Zabak did his new moon thing, and it was dark for 3 days. So it was Monday night. The sliver came in.
No. I would say because like for this calendar,
Because Sliver did came in Monday night. It showed in Israel on the 22nd.
it did show it. Okay.
Yeah, because
Yes, Monday night.
Dude had pictures of it.
Okay.
His brother there that lives in Israel, and he follows him. He said it came in on the 22nd.
Okay. Well then, if that's correct, if this calendar is correct, then that month, the last month was only 29 days. It wasn't 30.
Right. See, he just said something.
29 days. I just told you not 29 days. I told you it's not 29 days. It's
I know,
30
but
days.
if he's saying it was correct, and if calendar's saying it was correct,
What is he saying? What is he saying when the sliver was shown was on Monday?
right? Yeah, I understand what he's saying.
Okay. So now,
Looking at
if
this,
it
Honestly, what
okay,
you're saying. That's why I said the calendar is wrong. If you're looking at the calendar, the 29-day month, you can't say it's correct.
but that's what I say. The month before was 29 days.
That means what?
The month before the month before the month we're in right now. The month previous was only 29 days,
Which means
it's off. But
that's correct.
But he's saying that they said in Israel, he's saying that this month, but according to what your brother Yabana was saying, that the month previous was only 29 days.
Who's saying that? Who's saying the month previously was 29 days?
According to this calendar I have in my hand.
That's what I'm. The calendar that you have in your hand that says the previous one is 29 days has to be wrong.
Right, but according to the way we started, where we calculated the beginning of the year, where we had where we said the Passover was on
The 8th. I think it was the 8th of the month, the 8th of April.
or the 14th or something like that. I think
It was the 14th.
the 14th, yeah.
No.
But it was a Wednesday.
Okay.
It was a Wednesday. So
Was it?
so this calendar has that the Shabbat on that same day on the 14th, and it's starting at where we calculated when we started the year. That month is 30 days. The second month is 30 days. The third month is 29 days. So according to this, according to what we're saying, the sliver started where we calculated the sliver started at the beginning of the year. If the third month was in 30 days, then the sliver would have shown Tuesday night, not Monday night.
How are you gonna show Tuesday night?
See, that's the point that I'm trying to get to is that the moon 6 months out of the year is going to be one day off of the 360 count for 6 months out of the year, which brings it to the 354 day count and not 360. So that's why I'm saying that the 360 day count is not in regards to the moon only. That's the the point that I'm trying to make, because remember, we're supposed to be doing this every single month to get, and eventually it's supposed to add up to 360 eventually, but we know that that's not happening consistently every year, because you even said it yourself. Well, for every 3-4 years or whatever, we got to add a new month. Why do we need to do that if it's a 360 day year, if it's consistent? Why do we have to constantly do that? So something is going on with how the moon is coming into a season and how it sits among the stars from month to month. Somehow it's shifting. It has to. It's shifting to the point where the studies that I've shown is that whenever that extra month gets added in, it's basically the Most High hitting a reset button.
Okay. When did it start shifting?
When did we last do the intercalculated year? That was what, last year? Did we do it last year? No, we did it. What year was that? That was no, we just did it this year. We just did it this year.
Gabar.
We just did it this year. Yeah, right. We just did it this year. The
Gabar.
intercalculated year.
Gabar. Hear what I'm saying. I think you miss my presentation. I think you missed what I was saying in my presentation. Let me briefly sum it up, the last two parts that I went through real quick. I went to Genesis chapter 7 and chapter 8. This is before the flood. I read before the flood. Each month is 30 days within a second, between the second and the 7th month.
7th month. Yeah, I know the information because I know we went over it both together, so I know the information very well. But what I'm trying to get.
Let me finish. I think you missed the point that I actually made. I'm establishing a beginning point that before the flood, it was each month of 30 days. Then I went to Revelations. Revelation is speaking of our future. It's speaking of when these two witnesses come here. When the two witnesses come here, when Jerusalem will throw it down, that's in our future. It tells us of a time frame of 3.5 years in our future that tells us again each month it's still 30 days. So if you're saying, I'm saying that before the flood there's no fluctuation, and even in our future when the two witnesses come here is telling us there is no fluctuation again. So if there's a fluctuation, it would have to be between those time frames somewhere where we're at, and after sometime after the flood, you're saying you're calculating it, and there is a fluctuation within the 30-day month. Because in our past before the flood it isn't there, and in our future it isn't there.
Well, but what I'm saying is that the fluctuation, the count is because the count is fluctuating because of how we're counting it. But we know the Most High is setting it in place. And I'm going back to Genesis chapter 1 just like you are. And what I'm trying, the point that I've always tried to make is that the moon does not do this alone. The moon, if it's like you said, if it's meant to serve in the night season, then it's meant to serve in the night season in conjunction with the stars. And the stars are playing a role in how this stuff is coming in from year to year, which means that it obviously has to do something with the months as well, because the months obviously count up to a year. So, and I already went to where Mazzaroth, how it's defined, how it has 36 associated constellations, which breaks down to 3 sets of constellations across 12 months. And so somehow within that time frame, this moon, the way that it is serving in its season, in its night season, it still sits as an ornament amongst the set of constellations of stars every month. And that's how we're getting our 360. The 360 is for that is the moon and the stars. It's not just the moon alone, because the moon alone is not going to give you 360. We just, like, you guys have a calendar over there where it's letting you know that, well, 1 month, you already got 1 month where it's 29 days. It's already going off course. It's already beginning to go off course. So that means that
I told you
that a role in 300 accurate come in every year.
So far, it looked like it's been accurate for like with you know what I'm saying? Like if this month started with the Sliver, so far it looked like it's accurate.
Okay, so you see the problem? You see the problem again?
I see a problem with this.
You see the problem again, brother?
Do you?
Brother, Is that calendar accurate all the way?
Well, you say no. According to Brother Yabano, you said according to what he said, the sliver was Monday night. But how can the sliver be Monday night if the sliver comes every 30 days?
You saying that there wasn't a sliver Monday night?
I couldn't see it. It was overcast, which we talked about it earlier in the week. I can't verify because I didn't see it. We could see nothing but overcast.
I didn't see it either.
Then if it wasn't overcast, I still can't see it because
okay. So
located.
if there's an overcast and you can't see it,
right?
How do you know then that was the sliver?
According to Yabana, said he got an email saying it's from Israel saying it was.
I didn't get no email.
Oh no! What did you say earlier?
I saw on Facebook. I have a friend on Facebook.
Okay.
And he had posted pictures up, and he showed the sliver.
Okay.
It came in that Monday evening.
Okay. So that Monday evening. Okay. So according to this calendar, that from when we started the year, we all were agreeing with this calendar where it started the year, and it showed 30 days, and for this last month it showed 29 days, and that sliver, for according to this month, the sliver it came 29 days. It didn't come on that 30th day.
Okay, one more time.
Now,
can that be wrong?
Of course, it could be wrong.
Okay,
but it's not according to what we know. What we work what we know, like about how this when the year started, and where the sliver starts the month, it's been accurate so far. If you said that the sliver came Monday night, then the previous month was only 29 days.
There is no 29 days.
According to this, it is. You want me to show you?
That's what we're gonna move on, bro.
Hey, look, like I said, this is why I said in the beginning, it's not that I'm trying to go against the information. I'm trying to get understanding, just like the rest of y'all are, man. I'm just like, man, when I'm doing these counts, I'm like, what is going on? Something is going on with this. Something is going on with this moon where it's like not consistent.
You're all counting off. You're missing something. You're all counting off.
Well,
and because you don't catch a mistake, you're trying to make an argument from a flawed count.
What mistake?
It's not. Days.
So if you see,
but Amiyan, let's just say.
Well, I was totally agreeing with you all that, whatever. But according to Brother Yabana, when they said they showed a picture, that proves that the last month was only 29 days.
How does that prove that was 29 days, brother? Explain that.
So when the new moon was supposed to appear?
No, I'm asking him how does the moon?
I mean, can you just count up from the last? Okay, let's just say if you go by the crescent, can you just count up 30 days and then what was it supposed to be? If you count up 30 days from the last one.
Say what?
I mean. Okay, so you said that it had appeared on Monday night. That's what they're saying. So the previous one before it, if you were to count up 30 days from that previous one, what would it have landed on?
It would have landed on. It would have landed on the May 23rd at even.
So Tuesday night.
Well, no. I'm talking about May. So
that's when I think that's when the last one was. I remember it was May. It was Tuesday. It was May. What you said just now.
It's on the Shabbat.
I gotta look to my stuff.
Yeah. You probably got your
okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you would have landed, that's what I'm saying. Like, the previous one, what did you guys get on the previous one? Not the one that just happened, but the one before it.
The one before it, according to this calendar, it was on the May 24th at even.
May 24th. Okay.
Right, but that's 29 days before it.
Okay. And Amiyan just said that it was a day before that. So what? May 23rd. Is that the argument that he's making, that he actually saw it before?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So let me.
If you go back 30, if you go back 30 more days, like the year's gonna start a day before we said it started.
Okay, May 23rd, which will be after the Shabbat, will be 1%, like illuminated at 1%. Okay. So then if you count up 30 days from that point,
Okay, 23rd. See,
count up 30 days from that point. Let's see.
Would that be? That would be. So both 30 days. Okay, so 30 days.
I mean, it's not even landing on the 20. It's not even landing on that.
It's landing on the 23rd. The 23rd of April. Right?
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, landing on the 23rd of April. At even.
It would land on that Monday night, like they said. It would be a Monday night. But no, it will land on a Monday night. But see now my question is, when was the sighting? Because like I said, if we're going strictly off a slither, because like I said, I've done both counts. I've done, if you just count from a slither or if you count from a dark moon, and I'm like, both don't be consistent with 30 days when you count it out for the year. So what I'm asking is, whenever you,
the third biblical month, Sunday, May 24th.
Sunday, May 24th. Okay, that's what you got.
What was
You
that
got
calendar?
Sunday, May 24th.
Now I'm trying to verify him with the calendar.
No. The calendar is correct with this, whatever. But what I'm trying to say is the last. So this month is the third month, right? Yeah, the third month is third month. Yeah, the 20. Yeah, exactly. Right.
That's when the sighting was 24th.
Right. So it's saying the third month of the Hebrew calendar. The month started on the 24th at even.
And then if you bring it up to the 22nd of this month, which will be the fourth month, that's not giving 30 days. That's giving 29. Just like
that's
you
what
said.
I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying.
If you're going by the sighting, from every month to month, and that's what I mean. I'm like, man, the moon don't bring 360 in. The moon does not from month to month. It's it's whatever that moon. The point that I'm making is whatever that moon phase is with that constellation of stars that's set in the sky. That's your beginning of the month. That is my thing, and I think the only way you get that consistently is if you count backwards from the full moon, because the full moon is the sign that appears for everyone to see. Now I know you're not going to agree. And I'm not even saying that. Like this is hold on. And I'm not even saying that like this is definitive for me, because this is why we're even talking about it now. But what I'm telling you is that, man, I'm like, I know I ain't just constantly miscounting. I'm like, clearly, I'm like, man, I know how to count 30, 30, 30. And I know that's the biblical calendar is 30, 30, 30. But it's like, is it according to just the moon only? And I know you said
Okay. We can do this exercise. I have it right here. Like.
No, I'm saying read what it says.
It says, remember, a lunar month can't be.
No. The first part of it.
The third biblical month, Savan, has begun by default at sunset today, Sunday, May 24th.
Now let me explain. This
Okay.
is the problem. This is the problem.
Okay. No. We have the calendar right here, though. We have the calendar right here.
No. You don't understand what's getting ready, so I gotta explain it to you.
Please. Please enlighten me.
Yeah, it like that's odd.
This-
So I'm like, what am I missing?
I'm detailed.
Okay.
And I catch things that they don't catch.
Okay.
He clearly says the third biblical month, Shavan, will begin by default.
By default.
What does he say by default?
What? I don't know what.
He's saying they ain't seen nothing.
Okay.
We didn't see anything.
Okay.
We don't know.
Okay.
What he's saying, we don't know.
Look.
If you-
Let me stop.
Go ahead, brother.
Okay.
Interject.
Okay, look.
Interject.
When we calculated the beginning of the year, when the year first started, it was from a sliver, right? So you're saying from sliver to sliver is 30 days on the money.
Listen, am I saying it or is this book saying it? Let's
The
start
book,
right.
the book doesn't actually say it verbatim. I'm just keeping it real, man. It doesn't say it verbatim, likely, just like how it doesn't say dark moon verbatim.
That's all. Does this Bible say every month is 30 days?
From what we went through, yes.
Am I saying that or is this Bible saying every month is 30 days?
No, the Bible says it.
Okay, does the Bible say that you got to use the moon to calculate the beginning of the month?
Yes.
Am I saying that or is this Bible saying
The
that?
Bible says it.
So the Bible is saying the moon you got to use to calculate the month. It says every month is 30 days. Is there any month in this Bible that says that it's not 30 days?
Not that we went through so far.
If you have a month,
Wait,
on
hold on.
Right.
Hold on, it does not say that. Hold on, man. It does not say you use the moon to calculate your month. It does not say that. It does not say that. All right. It does not say that. Genesis 1 does not say that. Genesis 1 does not say that. It does not say that. It's like you said, earlier. It's the sun, the moon, and the stars. It is not just one.
I'm asking you, what are you saying it don't say?
It doesn't say that you use the moon to calculate your 30-day month. It does not say that. It does not say that. It says okay, you have two different accounts of one part of when the sun, the moon, and stars was created, and they're letting you know what the sun, the moon, and the stars are to be used for, which is why I made the point earlier that you can't isolate one. That's the point I keep reinforcing. When you try to isolate one, the count is going to be off. You have to use all of them in conjunction with each other because they all work together cohesively. Now, yes, I am in agreement that that according to the math that we have in Genesis chapter 7 and Genesis chapter 8, as well as Revelation chapter 11 and Revelation chapter 12, that the year is 360. I'm in agreement with you on that. I've never diverted from that for years.
Brother,
That the year is definitely 360.
However,
it is not by the moon alone. And that's the point that I'm making. It can't
that
be.
doesn't say that. That the calculation in Revelations is not saying that every year is 360. That's not what it is saying. Because we agree that you have a leap year. And I said up here, says that every 4 years you will have a leap year. The math in Revelations covers only 3.5 years. It don't cover 4 years. I said every 4 years you have was a leap year, which would make it 390, not 360. The math Revelations telling you each month is 30 days though.
But that's still
each year is 360 days. That is the math is giving you. That would be incorrect. That would be counting.
But Amian, if it was okay, but Amian, if it was solely by the moon that it was 30 days, if it was solely by the moon, it wouldn't always set back to the point where you would have to go and put another extra month in. It wouldn't set back like that because if you start doing the count, and I really strongly encourage you, just count it out for the year, just to do it. Listen.
Because of the barley. Listen. We talking
about the barley. Okay, I understand the barley, but the barley is still in conjunction with how the seasons with the sun and moon and stars are set in place. Don't you do realize that the lights in the firmament actually govern how crops grow? from day to day, from month to month, to year, from season to season. That's why that's why it happens like that. When the days get longer, when the days get shorter throughout the years, it actually affects how the barley comes in from year to year. It does that. That's that
Okay,
that's
so
that's
now you
that,
say days
that's
get
another
longer,
purpose
days
of
get
the sun, the
shorter.
moon, and the stars.
Okay, so you're saying
It
that
has a direct effect on the barley. The sun, moon, and stars has a direct effect on the barley.
I don't understand what you're saying now.
It does. Like, come
I,
on, you can ask anybody that does farming. They will tell you that seasons and the longer days, shorter nights, and so on and so forth, from year to year, from month to month, affects how crops grow. It does because and likewise, so that means that the barley is affected by how the cycle of the sun, moon, and stars are from year to year. It affects it. It directly affects it.
brother, the Most High controls that.
I know that. That's what I'm trying to. That's
You
what I'm
do you
trying to
know
say.
you don't understand that if the
That's why,
Most
and that's why
High is
in
the one
Job,
that
and that's
acts
why
all
in Job
that
it
work,
says that. Can you
brother.
bring Mazarath in season? No, only the Most High can do that. Only
Gabar,
the Most High can do that.
Gabar.
So that means for month to month,
If
He's
you can
letting
have
us
as
know.
much light as you want on a crop to say this amount of light should make this crop be right, the Most High can say no.
But I mean,
Can yes
I
or
don't
no?
hear what you're saying when you said that. But
Yes or
what
no?
I'm trying to
I'm
tell
asking
you,
you a question. Yes or no?
what?
You telling me that you have to have X amount of light on this particular barley every year for it to get to a mature level. You say that that's what's going to govern it for it to be right. And I'm saying to you, the Most High can say no to that. It controls that.
I mean, I know that He controls that. I
Okay.
mean, I'm
Okay.
not. I
So
never
now,
said that He didn't. But what I'm saying is that because He controls that is the reason why we even have a leap year in the first place. Because He's the one that hits the reset button. He's the one that's doing that. That's saying, all right, I gotta drop an extra month in because of the fact that it has to reset. Because if it never reset, you know what would happen? If we would go by the moon only, we would keep getting pushed back 10 days every year. That's what happens when we do the count according to the moon. It
what,
gets pushed back 10
what
days every
research
year.
are you
Six
talking
months
about?
out of the year, 6 months out of the year, the moon is not landing on a
How do
sliver.
you,
It's landing
how
on a dark moon 6 months out of
explain
the year. And then
what
the other 6 months
is
is
a
landing
reset?
on a sliver. It's half and half. And that's how, because the Most High, He's the one. And that's why I mean, like, and I wish I still had all that math that I had did when I was playing with the 360 to how it goes in and coincides with the moon and all that stuff, and even with the weeks and everything and stuff. It's a decimal game. It's a dial that the Most High is tuning back and forth. He's doing that from year to year, and He hits a reset button so that way it can stay in its proper season. He's the one that's doing it. I never said that He wasn't. He's definitely the one that is doing it.
How do you reset something by adding 30 days to it?
I mean, because the barley is going to be consistent with the spring every year. We know that. We know that the month of Abib is consistent with a certain time frame every year. But we know that by the time we get to a third or fourth year, something is happening where it's like, wait, this 12th month is ending too early. It's not the month of Abib yet. So that means that extra month's got to get added in. That's how the Most High resets it, because he's turning the dial.
Now, no. I'll say this now. Now, if there's 6 months out the year, that's 29 days. That'd be 6 days short. It would take 5 years to reset again because because 5 times 6 would be 30. So every 5 years, it could be a leap year. If all this is saying like that, the leap year would have to be every 5 years, not every 3 or 4. It would be every 5. Because if every year has 6 days that's less than it's supposed to be, every 5 years you're going to add another month. And that's the only way that math would work if it's like that.
Wait, hold on. How do you? I'm trying to factor in that math. So you said
Okay.
you
Okay.
said if it's
So
6 months. Okay, so it would be, because I know if it's 29 days for 6 months out of the year, That means that the year in full is only 354 days,
Right.
not 360. Okay, so
Right. So every fifth year, you add a month, because 5 times 6 would be 30.
5 times.
You can't. That don't work neither.
Right, that don't work either. So that's
Because
and
you said it's 29 days in the month.
and so that's what I mean. Like, I never said that 600 of the year is 29 days. I'm saying 6 months, 6 months out of the year. Sometimes that is landing on a slither, sometimes landing on a dark moon, and that's all because the Most High, he's the one that be tweaking that stuff, man. He tweaks it every month. He tweaks it because you know why? Because you know why he's doing that. One, I believe he's doing that to keep us off from knowing when the final day hour is. Two, he's letting us know that he's in the.
It's the simple stuff, bro.
No, but it's not simple. It's simple, but it's not simple because we can't, because we don't bring this stuff in its proper season.
Simple. If
we don't bring this stuff in its proper season. Why would it say that in Job? Can you bring in Maserat in its proper season? Can you bind Pleiadian stuff? Like, why is he saying this stuff like that? It's binding and bringing in its proper season and all that. That means that there's a tweaking process that's happening with the constellations.
Gabar, he's asking Job something that Job cannot do that.
Right, no man can do that. Okay, likewise, that means that so then who's in control? Who's in control of the seasons and how things get brought in? Who's in control of it?
No, I'm asking you. You said that no man cannot do what you're asking Job to do in Job. We got Maserat. Right. If no man can do it, why are you trying to do it?
No, I'm not trying to do it. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to show you that we can't just go by off one. We can't just go by this moon only to determine our months, our days, and our years. We can't just go by that alone.
We don't have the power to bring in Maserat. We don't know that, so we have to go what we have and what we know. All we know and what we know is this moon. We don't have the Maserat information.
We got the stars, but we do. But we don't just have the moon. But we don't just have the moon. We don't just have it.
You cannot bring in Maserat, so how can you try to calculate something?
I'm not the one. Look, when it says to bring it in, it means that you are the one who's actually controlling how it comes in. I'm not controlling how it comes in. All I'm doing is counting. I'm trying to keep up with how it's being brought in. I'm not actually trying to be the one who's bringing it in. And then what I'm trying to tell you is when I'm doing the count with the moon alone, you can't do that. Because it's going to be inconsistent from month to month. Y'all just clearly brought out how when you're doing this slither sighting, it's not even consistent with 30 days every month.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is sliver every month. That's why he just got to saying by default because they cannot see the sliver. So they don't know, they're guessing at this point.
How do you know that's what they mean, though? I mean,
he's guessing at this point. He don't know. Because he can't see it.
How do you know that when they worded it by default?
Then he says by default at sunset because what? Because he says right here in a lunar month can never be more than 30 days.
Right.
He's calculating to say it has to stop at 30. He can't see.
No. He said it can't be no more than 30 days.
That's what I said.
But he's not saying that. He's not saying it has to be 30 days.
When you say by default, what does that mean?
By default, that means by let's look at the word default. Let's see.
We can look it up.
By default means you stop at 30. You can't exceed that. By default, it has to be 30. You can't go beyond 30. Right. So he's saying that it has to be this day, Sunday the 24th, because that's the 30th day. He's saying it has to be that. It can't be no more greater than that. So by default, it has to stop right there because we cannot see anything on the 29th day.
Right.
So that's why he's saying by default. Okay? So I'm saying he's guessing. I'm pointing out to him that the calendar is not completely accurate because some months he's guessing.
Yes.
It won't be accurate every month. Some days at 29.
Well, that's the case in everybody. Well, that's the case in everybody's guessing.
I'm pointing out to you that this dude is guessing. It's close, but it's guessing.
But so far this year, he's been on point.
Okay, so when he gets to the 29 days, then he's off point.
That's what the last month was. The third month was the 29 days. Is what
No,
I'm
that's
saying.
off, brother. I'm gonna study and show you.
Let me show.
Oh, I'll be right back. I just gotta use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Let me show you, y'all. Cool down.
It's
Cool down.
It's crazy, bro.
No,
We good. We good. We
Cool
good.
down. Cool down. No, because niggas getting up in here shooting going on. That's gonna be good. Cool down. Yeah. It's Shabbat. It's not no fuss match back and forth. No, it's not that. Cool down.
Now, okay.
In a 12-month calendar, the second month to the fifth month is consistent 30 days. There is absolutely not one month in there that's 29 days. What that calendar that says that in this particular time frame here, there is a 29-day month, it says right there. A 29 days says in there.
Right.
This text just got through telling us that's wrong. That's what I'm pointing. The text has got through saying between 2 and 5 is all 30. You cannot show me a day, a 29-month day between 2 and 5. That's 29 because the text says it's wrong.
No. Listen. I would agree with everything you're saying, and I would say everything. I'm going off of what the brother said right here. The brother said
I agree with you.
Right.
I'm telling you. I'm just saying that. I'm going by the Bible. I'm saying that the Bible letting me know.
I got what you said. I'm agreeing with you. But all I'm trying to say is this: is that if this calendar is correct, and if but I understand what you're saying because you're saying between the fifth and the seventh month,
The 2 and the 5th month, according to Genesis chapter 8, 7 and 8.
Well, was the 2 and the 5th month? I mean, 2 and the 7th month.
The 2 and the 7th month.
The 2 and the 7th month. Right. Which is 150 days.
You're correct.
150 days.
2 and 7 months.
Because it's the 17th and the 17th.
Correct.
I got that.
Correct.
I get all that. What I'm trying to say is this: if we're going off the sliver, that the sliver. If we go at the beginning of the year, because we calculated the beginning of the year, it was at a certain day, which was on. Let me see.
Wait a minute. We're going off the sliver because the book says so.
Right. Okay, we're going off the sliver.
Okay, the book says so.
Okay, we're going off the sliver to begin the year.
No. To begin the year, we go off the sliver and we go off the barley.
Right. But
the moon is not a 360-day cycle, though. The moon is not a 360-day cycle. It's not. That's what I'm saying. The moon is not 360 days. It may look. The moon may be what brings you in from month to month, but it's not consistent with 360 days though. For it to actually bring in a year. There's something else that is in play to bring in 360 days, which I believe is the stars.
But Gabar, you're saying that there is a month that's 29 days, and the text is saying that's impossible.
But see, this is what I'm saying. So if we started the year on March 25th at even, start the year.
If we started the year on time.
If we start the year on time, which according to like the way we looked at the way we did the Shabbat.
I remember did we see it?
No, because we gathered for the Passover and unleavened bread on the 14th, which was on a Wednesday. Because remember, you were talking about how Christ was born on a Wednesday, the saying that we were on that day.
Okay, I got you.
Okay.
No, wait a minute here. What I'm saying is that did we see a sliver on that day?
Well, no,
we see a sliver on that. Okay, that's my point. My point is that our calculation, I can say that, but the calculation would always have to be the visual.
Right. I got what you said. I got all that. But what I'm saying, according to what we recognized when we started the year, where we started the year at, because I still haven't seen a sliver. Like I can't even. I'm gonna try to really look for it now, but I haven't seen a sliver from any month ever before in my life. So I can't even say I can verify it myself. Okay, but I'm saying according to this, the way we recognize the actual, I have to go off what we know. So we're going off where we started the year. From this calendar, 30 days so the first month was 30 days. It said show a sliver. They said show a sliver on the second on the first day of the month of the second month, which is 30 days. And according to that, it's a sliver from the third month on 30 days. But this past month that just went by was 29 days. And I was having a conversation about this with the brothers earlier. I was like, we couldn't see the sliver from the Monday night or Tuesday night. So I was like, the sliver must be Tuesday night at even, because like that would be 30 days. But according to the brother, he said that they said in Israel that it was on Monday night. So either we were off if
you texted me that on Monday saying that the 22nd is supposed to be that night, right?
What do I text you? But we know that.
Hey, Yabana, so let me ask this question.
Night.
What he text?
Yeah.
Oh no! I mean, we couldn't see that though. Like,
I'm saying, I text him because I got the same notification.
Right.
But I'm saying that we are 20 hours ahead.
Right.
After, so it would be that for us. It would be that following day.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Oh, so she's saying it still be Tuesday night.
That's what I'm trying to.
Oh, okay. Well, it would be off. But see, I was assuming you saying it was Monday night. Like that's what
no, he's saying because he got a text that tells him
that
we are 20 hours over.
Okay.
Will be for us logically
on
the following day.
So this will be off today.
Right, so
okay,
yeah.
I get that. No, but I get confused because the brother said he said it on Monday night and even he said he got the text.
I was gonna go through all that. You should have all that just now. Now you seen it.
I just said that on my Facebook, who I'm friends with, that the brother had posted some pictures that the new moon, that the first sliver of the new moon was on Monday, June 22nd. That's it. So that over here, that's a day late. Okay.
Well, I mean, if that's the case, then okay. Then I mean,
so,
yeah,
like, Monday, June 22nd in Israel is Sunday, June 21st here in America.
Right. So we didn't see it on a Monday here.
So we're a day behind, not day.
So we're a day behind.
We're not a day behind.
Yeah, we are.
We are a day behind. We're not ahead of time in Israel. We're behind in time in Israel. We're not ahead. We're behind.
How are you behind?
Yeah, I mean, we're in a different time zone. We're not. They've always been. I mean, like, dude, like if New York is 3 hours ahead of us, Israel is clearly much further ahead.
So the days gonna start earlier over there than they do over here.
That's what I'm saying.
It's about 12. They're about 12 to 14 hours ahead.
Right.
It starts over there.
Mm-hmm.
It starts over there.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying.
Right. So their day starts before us. Like
So when they day, so when our day.
Yeah. Whenever. Yeah, they're about 12 to 14 hours. So basically,
like when our days end.
What?
They're ahead of the day, like the day starts with them. Whatever it is, like the day starts with them, and then we'll get our day after there. Like they start their day first.
It's just like if New York starts off, because they're over in the East Coast. So New York, they start before us. That's like because it'd be like.
Well, it doesn't matter. That doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
Either way it goes, it's a day off. Either way it goes, it's a day off. So anyway it goes, a day off. So that will be a day off.
Yeah, I mean,
either way it goes, it'll be a day off.
I mean, because it was a period over there on the 22nd.
Either way it goes, it'll be a day off.
And then it got over here, so we didn't see it at all.
It was overcast.
It was overcast, and then till I think like yesterday we finally saw it. But it was it's like what now? 4 days old?
What? I'm just saying. He, according to that calendar, he is ignoring what it says in Genesis chapter 7 and chapter 8.
Let me ask you this: is everything else is off in that calendar?
Huh?
Is anything else is off?
No, I'm just saying that the calendar is a day off.
It's a day off.
That's all I'm saying. It's a day off. So you can use the calendar and just adjust for the day that's off.
They have 6 days.
All you have to do.
6 months out the year, and this calendar is 29 days.
So the white boy, he don't know what he's doing.
No, he's brother. You a human being, brother. We not gods.
I know.
you're going to make mistakes. That's why I stick to what the book says. It's 30 days. So I don't go wrong. So I'm not telling you my calculation, because I'm a human being. I can calculate something wrong. It might look, listen, it might look precise to me in my head, in my calculation, but you still can be wrong. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not going to rely on me.
Let me ask you this. Why Zabaki love can't calculate it?
No, I want to address what he texted about the bracket. I just want to come back to what we know. To what we know is flawless. The text of what it says about the calculation, that's flawless.
Right.
That's not from a man's calculation. So we know it's flawless. So I'm using the flawless calculation.
Right, yeah.
This is what I'm using. And I know for a fact on the flawless calculation, there is no 29 days between the second month and the seventh month of the Hebrew year. It's not there.
It's not there.
You cannot convince me of that because I know the text says.
Right.
So I know that calendar is wrong.
Right.
So if anyone is counting anything at 29 days between the second and seventh month, then your calculation somewhere is wrong. And if you say the calculation is not wrong, then you're saying that the Most High calculation is wrong. Because he's the one that gave that information to Moses to write down. Unless you're saying that the text was flawed.
And that's for our learning.
And that's for our learning. So I'm using the flawless math.
Right, I got you. Yeah. Because according if this according to this calendar, this third month had 29 days. It should have 30.
It should.
Yeah.
But that's why I showed you he himself, sometimes they cannot even see. So they have to try to go by default. But I'm saying, you are a human being, bro. You're gonna make a mistake. And see, and if you don't catch your mistakes, you're gonna be arguing from the standpoint of you counting, but you didn't catch your mistake. So you argue from the standpoint instead of why not use the flawless calculation that we know there ain't no mistakes in, and you're stuck to that.
Nice.
Just stick to that. That's the end of it, brother. When it comes to this Bible and to the prophecy, you can try to calculate things, but unless the heavenly realm tells you what it is, you're guessing.
Right.
You're guessing. Unless heaven tells you correct, you're guessing. I don't care who you are or what breakdown you have. Unless heaven tells you for sure, you're guessing. Only heaven knows actually what it is. And that's what I'm getting. According to this calendar, heaven is telling us what the situation is. There is no 29 days nowhere in absolutely no biblical month. It's not there. If it's there, then there is something we don't have. There is some part of the element of the count we don't understand or we don't see. Paul tells us we know in part and prophesy in part. We don't have all of it. So you can't be coming up with calculations that goes against the heavenly math. You can't. You got to say, you know what, man, I'm a human being. I don't see something. I'm missing something. Yeah, my calculation is telling me 29 days, but I must be missing something because the heavenly math says otherwise. I'm missing something. I don't have all the information. That should be the conclusion. It shouldn't be this a 29 days. It shouldn't be never that because you're going against the text. Then now you say you don't believe in the text anymore if you're saying that because unless you're saying the text is flawed. It can't be that. We don't have everything. I want to address what Zabak texted you back, bro.
Yeah. What you said, numbers?
Huh?
We said numbers?
No. I want him to read what Zabak texted him back. Because numbers, he said numbers 28, I think, and 1 is what Zabak brought up.
Addressing. Because if he's saying that, I'm like, that ain't got nothing to do with, that is not giving you no calculation at all. That's just telling you what offering to bring on a new moon on these days. That's all it's telling you.
Right.
So it ain't. I don't even think it's even worth addressing. No, beyond that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's worth addressing.
Well, we lied because he said we need to address it.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Okay.
What he said?
Well, go ahead. I mean, but I know that's all it said.
Well, Gabar, we have to be in clarity to his mistake. You know what I'm saying? To clarify his mistake.
Okay.
Because obviously he's making a mistake. You know what I'm saying?
Definitely, yeah.
You ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Numbers 28 and 11. In the beginning of your month, it says in the beginning, so it's the first dark moon day.
In the beginning of your months. So because of that verse, he's saying that it's the first dark moon.
Where's the number? What?
28.
That's not saying anything about dark or slither or anything. It's not saying either one.
No, it said
it's
here,
for the 3 days dark. How does anyway, bro?
no, it said here, Numbers 28 and 11, you say? It said, in the beginning of your month, you shall offer 2 young bullocks. This is what I'm reading. And 1 ram and 7. Man, what the hell wrong with this dude?
Well, he just went and tried to just Google something about the first month, and that's the first one he came up with, and he just going ahead trying to shoot it.
So let's talk about bullocks and rams.
He tried to get it for a dumb person, bro. He's trying to insult your intelligence, bro. That's what he's trying to do. That doesn't prove anything about the dark moon being the beginning of that. Doesn't prove any of that. That doesn't make any sense right there. I just wanted to highlight what he brought out because he didn't bring it.
No, he called himself a priest.
He didn't brought that.
Elder?
Yeah, he called himself that.
Yeah.
You hear that?
Yeah.
He calls himself that. This is the problem. This is the problem with men. Men love to call themselves by titles, but the Most High don't recognize them as such. Men call themselves apostles, but no one sent them. The Most High ain't sent them.
Call themselves generals and
All kind of stuff.
captains and officers.
Yeah, giving themselves titles.
Yeah. What else? What's another one?
Stay humble. You just a brother, man.
Yeah, stay humble.
That's it. And relax with all that title stuff.
That's why
Like with some street legend. How you a street legend?
That's why Lahal said, because when that brother was trying to call him something, you the elder, he goes, just call me brother. I'm your brother.
That's it.
I'm your brother Lahal. That's all. That's it. I don't want no titles.
All right, let me read out the Bible because Gabar, you said that the Bible don't say that the sliver is the beginning of the month, right? Am I correct?
Right.
All right, let's read it out the Bible. In 1 Samuel, chapter 20.
Just say that. Don't say that. Go ahead. Go ahead. Don't say that.
We are about to see if it don't say that. We're about to see if it don't say that. We're about to see if that's not what it's saying.
Who want to take this one? Anybody want to take it? First Samuel.
Chapter 20.
I just want to be clear. We coming here we going through this to establish is the sliver the beginning of the month. He says no scripture verse says that the sliver is the beginning of the month. No verse says that. We just established this point.
Okay.
Who has it?
Wait, you said First Samuel?
1 Samuel chapter 20, verse 20, starting at verse 24.
Okay, I'll take it. 1 Samuel chapter 20, verse 24. So David hid himself in the field, and when the new moon was come, the king sat him down to eat meat.
Stop. So we agree, me and him both agree, that when it says new, it means renewed.
Right.
Renewed moon.
Right.
Now, we know that the moon is a what?
Light.
Is a light. So what you're saying, breaking it down even slower, is a renewed light. That verse is letting us know it's a renewed light. Because he made lights.
Okay. And now, we spoke about this before. Now, look, when we spoke about this before, I told you that this new moon. Yes, I'm not in disagreement that it is a light, but it is a light that has a cycle, and part of that cycle is dark. There is a part of that cycle where it is dark. Okay, so now you have to determine, okay, when is the beginning of that cycle when it renews? Does it renew whenever it goes dark or back to zero? As a starting point, or is it when it begins to get light again, or whatever? You know what I'm saying? Like you have to determine that, because though the new moon is a light that is a cycle. And that was what I was referring to even earlier, that you got two words there for moon in scripture, one referring to its cycle, which goes through light and a period of darkness, and then you have the actual object of Urak, it's referring to the object itself, the moon being an object itself. Okay, so there's a period of that cycle where it is dark. And we can't just say, we can't just throw that out and then be like, oh well, that doesn't have no significance to it. But I want to make it clear. Because I said this earlier. I am not saying that you have to go by dark moon every month. I have clearly stated that the sign is the full moon. The sign is full moon that's consistently seen amongst the stars as an ornament in the heavens above. Because that's what the scripture says. Okay, and so that's why I said, why don't we just count backwards from the full moon, and then we'll know what the first day is. We'll know what day one is if you just go to the 15th day. You just count backwards. That's simple math. And so what I have done is, when I have counted backwards for every month, and I've done this for the last couple of years, sometimes, yeah, I'm in agreement with you. It's definitely a sliver. And sometimes it's not. That's all I'm saying. And the reason why I think it's like that is because there's something going on with how it's circulating throughout the year among the stars to bring it to a 360 day, because the moon itself is, I don't believe, is on a 360-day count. I believe that this 360-day count is in conjunction with the stars. That's all. That's my argument, because I've done the count. I've done the count consistently throughout the year for the last few years, and I'm like, man, this 360 days don't be lining up with the moon by itself. That's all that I'm saying. I mean, you can do it yourself, and I would challenge you. We can do this every month, and we can come back and be like, all right, where are we at on this count? We can do this every month, so we can try to get this right. I mean, you know what I'm saying? So like, but I'm just telling you that, man, I've done it, and I'm like, I've counted ahead, I've went backwards. I'm just like, man, something is up with this, because I know it's 360, and I know that's like you said, that's the flawless math. But where does that flawless math fit in what the Most High gave us in Genesis 1 on the fourth day? Where does that fit in? Does the 360-day count fit in with the moon only? Or is it fitting in with the sun, moon, and the stars? Is it fitting in with the moon and the stars? I mean, where does this flawless count tie into?
Gabar, is every biblical year 360?
I mean, yes, you do have a leap year where it goes to 390, and we know that when you read the book of Daniel, because it talks about 1290 days in the prophecy. So we know that. I think that's in Daniel chapter 12, I believe, where it talks about that.
You're making a statement that the year was 360 days, and that's not every year.
Okay, but you're saying that the math is flawless in Genesis chapter 7, chapter 8. And I agree with you, but if we are doing that, then why does it then become a thing where this moon is adding up to 360? That's what you would have to say then. The moon don't add up to 360 days every year.
Okay, brother, I'm
If
not
it's
using
supposed to be 30 days every month. If it's
I'm,
30
I'm
days every month, why does it not? Why does it not? Why do you have to add in an extra year? And you're saying, well, it's because of the barley. And I'm like, well, you do realize that the barley, how it grows, is still, the Most High is still governing it by the lights that are in the firmament, because the lights that are in the firmament that he controls is what's bringing in the barley every year. I mean, it's all in conjunction. Like we can't isolate one from the other.
Gabar. If the Most High is doing it, he doesn't necessarily need the light to mature. He can mature without using the light, can he?
He can do what he wants, but
Okay.
still, we know that though. But come on, I mean, we know that he gave us these things, and why he gave us these things. Like, we know why. You know what I'm saying? Like, he gave us certain things and stuff, and we know that there's a certain period, because even the children of Israel, because we know that we were farmers, that whenever they would plant crops and do certain things and do certain offerings, that's why things are set up in a certain season with the whole ingathering, and why Passover has to be at a certain time, and why Tabernacles has to be at a certain time and stuff. That's why these things are set up like that. It's because it's in regards to how these lights in the firmament are controlling how things grow out of the ground and what can be offered from year to year. The Most High set it up like that, so that way things can be offered in this in this proper season. It's all working together.
Now I'm gonna come out the Bible now and show you. I hear exactly what you're saying. I think what you're saying is those things are there, and those things are supposed to be on a consistent cycle and so on and so forth, so it doesn't disrupt anything that's going on. And I'm showing you that the Most High intervenes when it comes to those things all the time. The first thing I'm gonna point out to you, when you come to the book of Joshua, and we was fighting our enemies, the Most High told the sun to stop and the moon to stop. He told everything to stop. Y'all stop moving.
Okay.
That would then disrupt what?
The count.
A calendar count. Would it not?
Yeah.
I'm showing you how.
It would definitely pause it. Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, because see, look, it would definitely pause it. Yeah, I mean, but is it?
That's what I'm saying to you. He can intervene when he wants to and stop something.
I know that.
Back the way it was before without you even noticing it. That's why you stick to his math. You don't go say,
I'm doing that. I haven't diverted from the math of it being 30, 30, 30.
Yes, you are.
I'm not diverting from that though. But what I'm telling you is, I'm not trying to alter the 30, 30, 30 count. But I'm not altering the 30, 30, 30 count. I'm not altering it. I'm not trying to divert from it. I'm not trying to get away from that count. That's the basis of why I'm even presenting this argument. Is because I'm like, I know this thing is 30, 30, 30, and eventually when you do that throughout the year, at least for three of those years, you're getting 360 days at least. But what I am, at least for 3 of those years. Okay, so what I'm saying is that even in those 3 years, the 360-day count is not consistent with the moon cycle. And I challenge you to do this every month. You can go by the Slither by yourself. You know what I'm saying? Just by itself. You can isolate it by itself, and you will see that it's either gonna start pushing ahead in certain things, or you're gonna end up falling behind. Because the moon itself is not on a 360-day cycle by itself. It doesn't operate like that. That's the studies that I have seen has not shown that. It's showing that this 360-day count is in conjunction with everything that the Most High put in the firmament to govern days, months, and years.
Let me finish.
Like he said in Genesis 1, and this was he said on the 4th day. It's not just one. If he just said the moon is created for days, months, and years, and then we wouldn't have this argument. I'd be like, man, well, hey, if you're 360, and it would be consistent. But obviously, that's not the case.
Hey, so Gabar, I got a question. So, is there any months that's 31 days?
Nah, that comes out of the book of Enoch. As far as I know.
So okay.
Is there anyone that's 29 days?
No, there isn't. There can't be. It has to be. My argument has never been whether someone for 29 days, whether someone for 30 days. I have never once said that. All I have said was some months it's a dark moon, some months it's a slip. All I have said. I've never said whether it's 29 or 30 days.
Each month you saying is 30 days. Am I right or wrong? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I am saying that.
You're saying in the 12th month, each month is 30 days. Is that consistent every year, yes or no?
For 3 of those years at least, yes.
So you're saying it fluctuates after the 3rd year?
I mean, because by the time you get into the 4th year, you obviously got to add an extra month in there because if we're getting 12 months, that's supposed to factor out the entire year. But obviously that doesn't happen by the time you get to this year where you got to intercalculate.
Yeah, but you're adding 30 days. You're not adding 29.
I know that, but my argument is not about whether it's 29 or 30 days. I'm not arguing that. I mean, I'm not arguing the math. I'm not arguing the math of it of it being 30 days to equate to 360 days. What I'm saying is, if it's supposed to be 360 days, the moon, which is what you are presenting as what that's supposed to be doing, is supposed to present that. And I'm telling you that the moon count alone doesn't do it. The moon count alone does not do it. That's all I am saying. Yes, it is 30, 30, but it's not.
That's obvious, bro. That's obvious because we talked about the moon serving in its season. I said that's at night. Then I said then there's a day portion that the sun covers. You're dealing with a whole year. You have to deal with.
Is there a portion that the stars?
Right? But you deal with. So all I'm referencing is the night season.
Okay, but the night season,
not the day season, the night season.
But the night season has the moon and the stars.
Okay, but it doesn't have the sun.
I understand that.
Okay, I'm just dealing with the night season, not the day season with the sun. I'm addressing strictly the night season.
Right.
That's all I'm addressing. Now, in the night season, I'm saying, according to this Bible, this night season, when it comes to a month in the night season, begins with that sliver. I'm gonna prove it and finish it. That's why it's the night season. That's why it's a light. So you can see it.
Okay, but you're isolating it though, and I don't think that's the part that you're missing. You isolate the moon like that's the sole thing we can only read. That's all we need, and I'm saying no, that's not all we need because why would the stars? It's an ornament that's in the sky with the stars. So how can you just isolate the moon out? As if the stars don't have no role.
How am I isolating the moon? I don't understand.
Because you said it earlier. You said that's all we need.
I said that's all you need when you're going to calculate.
You said all we need was the moon. You said that's all we need.
But that's all you need when you calculate a month.
But the month, okay, and if a month is 30 days, that's what obviously that's not happening. That's not happening with the moon.
Yeah, that's what you said.
Brother, I said when you're dealing with a month, the beginning of a month, I said all you need is the moon to come to the beginning of the month. You said no.
I am saying and the reason why I am saying that is because you said we're dealing with a night season. I said, okay, if you're dealing with a night season, you can't just deal with the moon by itself because the stars appear as a sign just like the moon does. The stars appear right along with it. So that means that there's whenever that moon appears, whenever those stars appear at the time where a beginning of a month supposed to be happening, we're supposed to be seeing certain things. We're supposed to be seeing certain things, whether it be a sliver or whether a certain set of constellation of the stars, where there's no moon present, or however it's supposed to be. But that's all I am pushing for is why are we only looking for this sliver or a dark moon? Why aren't we actually trying to factor in the stars and how they come in from month to month as well? Because
we don't know. We don't know. You don't know.
Let's find out. Wow. So then let's go find out.
What you're looking for when it comes to the stars. Do you know what you're going to come to the stars?
I mean, that's what we need to investigate and study. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so now until we figure out what we're looking for pertaining to the stars, how are you going to calculate something you have no knowledge of?
I'm gonna go back to my original argument. What I was saying was the full moon is something that we can see that's consistent. That's always on the 15th day. That's something that we can always see. I do not agree with what was said as far as there's more than one day where the moon is full. No, there's only one day where the moon is full because there's only one day where you can see that light pulsating around it completely. There's only one day where you can see that. You can't see that on no other day, and it's very evident. And it's very evident, even if you see it, even if you see it on a day before or a day after, you can tell the difference. It's not pulsating like how it's on a.
You cannot tell with your naked eye that the moon is full, Gabar. You can't tell me that. That's impossible. That's impossible if you tell me with your naked eye, you know for a fact that it's completely full.
Yes, I can.
Wow. Okay.
I'm not saying
go no further, bro.
I'm not saying
stop right there, bro. Please stop right there.
Anybody can. We all can. We can all see with the moon.
No, you cannot. No, you cannot.
Okay.
No, you can't.
Then why else would it be a sign? Why else would it be a sign? Like you said, it's a sign. Why else would it be a sign if no one can see it? With their own naked eye.
You can see a full moon with your naked eye.
Why else would it be a sign?
Completely full.
Yes. Why else would it be a sign?
Wow. Okay. I'm done, bro. I'm gonna stop right
anybody can see it. It's clear as daylight, man. That moon is full.
I ain't met nobody.
And then you can go and check other sources and they'll be like, yeah, the moon is full. It's fully illuminated at 100% because you can see the light pulsating from all around its edges.
Wow. All right. Brother, if you can do that, hey man, more power to you, bro. I've been doing it for over 10 years. I've been looking at it for over 10 years, and I know I cannot tell that it is full just by looking at it straight up. No way.
I don't know how you can't, because all you gotta do is just see the light pulsating from all
it looks like it's full to you from your vantage point. It will look full you from your vantage. You're not right up on it. How would you know? You can see because you look a certain way.
But when it's full, you can tell because you can see how much light pulsates from all sides. When it's not full, even if it's almost full, it doesn't pulsate. The light doesn't pulsate and beam out of all its edges. You don't see it.
I see what he's saying now. I'm looking at a picture of the moon, and it's illuminating from all sides.
All sides are pulsating with light. The whole entire point. From what vantage? It's anyone's vantage point. Anyone's vantage point, no matter where. That's why it's a sign for a declaration of the world. Everybody can see it. That's why the scriptures say that. Why else would it be a sign for the peace?
It could look faulty from far away. But
then that means that what it says in the Apocrypha is off because now it can't be used as a sign because some people may think, oh well, this is a sign right here. Well, that's a sign. It's a sign for everybody to see, brother.
You could have blinked out. This screen went black for a minute, man. Start over about a minute earlier. What you were saying?
No, I was just saying that if you're saying that you can't see with your naked eye, then what the scripture says is off as far as it being a sign for feast, because this is something that we're all supposed to see. We're not supposed to be, but like, come on, you don't need binoculars to see a full moon. You don't.
The bar. It's a
the declaration of the world to see. It appears
a full moon. We count to that. We thought we could the first live, then we count to the full moon.
I mean, yeah, we do count to
the on point.
Okay, but y'all even said earlier that whenever a sliver comes in or something that you can't always see it because it might be overcast or it might be this or it might be that. But I have told you earlier that even in a full moon, that mug still pierces through the clouds. You can see it. I told you that last time we talked about this.
No, it doesn't.
It will.
No, it doesn't, bro. Come on, bro.
It beams
through no clouds, bro.
Okay, all right. So it doesn't shine that bright.
You saying the cloud can have a full moon?
What?
Are you saying the clouds cannot hide a full moon?
No, it cannot hide a full moon. You can still see it. A full moon, yes. Unless the Most High just darkens those lights that He put in the sky altogether, and which we know He will do.
On a rainy day, you can't see the sun.
Oh, I'm crazy. Come on, Gabar, man. You can't be saying that, bro.
Come on.
You can't be saying that, bro. Because the cloud can block the sun out.
Yeah, but even with the clouds blocking the sun out, you can still look up and see it. It may not look as bright as you would normally see it, but it's still there because it's still creating some form of light.
It blocks it. Listen, it blocks it out enough when it comes. The sun is brighter than the moon, right or wrong?
Yes.
If the cloud is blocking out the majority of the sunlight, because you said you're still going to probably see some little bit of light shadow or daylight or something behind the clouds. Now, if that same cloud was to cover the moon, you telling me you can see if it's full?
I've seen it. Yes, I've seen it. Now, does it radiate as much heat? No, it doesn't radiate as much heat. But is it bright enough for you to still see? Yes. And
How
I've
can you
been an
see if it's
eyewitness
full?
to
I'm
it.
saying.
I've been an eyewitness to it. With it being cloudy at night,
And
rain
you can
clouds at
tell it
that,
it's full through
rain
a
clouds
cloud
at that,
blocking it out.
huh?
You can tell it it's full through a cloud blocking it out.
Yes, I've been a witness to it. Rain clouds, and don't get no darker than rain clouds. I mean, my words, my bond, man. I'm not sitting here. I wouldn't be saying it, especially with us recording live. I wouldn't be saying it wasn't true.
Brother Gabar, what you saying don't sound correct, brother, because you're using your regular eyeballs to look at something that has an illumination that is calculated by percentage. Your eyeball cannot calculate percentage that precise from your vantage point. It's impossible. You need more calculation than that to calculate something that is calculated by percentage. That's why people have an app. The app tells them it's point so and so illumination, point so and so illumination. You cannot calculate that from just your eyesight. You can't tell me, well, I know for a fact to my eyesight that moon is up 95% illuminated. You can't do it with your plain eyesight.
I mean, as far as me trying to guesstimate percentages, no, I'm not gonna do that. I just know when it's fully. I just know. I mean, of course not. We're not. Of course, I'm not gonna do that or whatever. But I can still tell, just like any one of you guys over there or anyone else can look up and see. All right, it's fully illuminated because light is pulsating on all its edges around. That's how you know it's full. You don't need to estimate percentages. You just know. I mean, and the scriptures tell you that. The scriptures tell you that it's in the apocrypha where there's no place in the apocrypha where it talks about, it gives a description of the moon when it's at full.
Scripture in the apocrypha that says that?
Yeah.
Okay, but you don't know where it is, right?
I'm gonna find it. Give me a second. Give me a second. I'll find it.
Okay. All right. I have a question for Gabar.
Yeah.
Is there another place in the Bible where you can count backwards to get I guess yeah. I don't know how to say it, but is there another,
get the beginning of the month?
Yeah, to get another calculation.
But you said that is there a place where you can count backwards? You said.
Yeah, another example of counting backwards to where you can get a calculation. No,
I will admit that there isn't anything in scripture that says to count backwards. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is we know that according to certain I've read in like Philo and Josephus and stuff like that, like they would say that due to things like overcast and stuff like that, it was hard for them to see. It would be hard for them to see, certain constellations in the sky, as well as whether it was a slither or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like it was hard for them to determine that sometimes due to overcast. So they would wait till the full moon to actually blow the trumpet to help keep things on track in the event that they couldn't accurately calculate the beginning of the month due to an overcast. So when I'm looking up that information that talks about that, I'm like, okay, well, if they're using the full moon still as a sign to help keep them on track, even on days where it's not a feast day, on months where there's no feast day happening on the 15th day, I'm like, okay, well, why can't you just count backwards and then you can still get your? I mean, like it was just like common sense. I'm like, well, you just count backwards and then you can still know when your first day was. Like to help keep you on track even more. You know what I'm saying? So it was just something that I had just thought about, and I was just like, if this is something that they did, if they blew the trumpet on the full moon to help keep them on track from month to month, which is what I was reading in some of the history and everything. I'm like, okay, well, just count backwards, and then you'll know what the first day is. Like it just kind of made sense. So, uh,
Gabar,
uh,
how did they know that was that was the how did they know that was the full moon?
how would they know? Obviously, they've been given some form of information by the Most High or through Moses or somebody. They was given something to tell them, all right, look, when the full moon is looking like this, then this is when you know. Okay, but we also know that even when you read in Ecclesiasticus, what we just read in chapter 43, it says that it shines in the firmament above, being an ornament. Okay, so we know that like an ornament, when you think about what an ornament is, it's a decorative object that that sits among everything else, and you notice it above everything else. So if you seeing this thing pulsating with light all around its edges and everything, everyone's gonna know, all right, that's the full moon. Okay, we know that when they did we know that when they did Passover, we you know how we talked about it was a pillar of cloud of day and a pillar of fire by night and all these things and stuff. We know that like whenever the Passover happened, uh um, we know that the light was on the children of Israel. Okay, that's something that was happening also. The light was with them even during that time. Hence why we are the children of light, because even the light of the moon was was consistent with them doing the Passover. Okay, and then also I'm going to read here in Ecclesiasticus chapter 50. um, I'm gonna read. Actually, you can start off from. You gotta start from verse one. You gotta start from verse one. All right. Yeah, Ecclesiastes chapter 50, starting from verse one. Uh, I'll go ahead and read it. I'll go ahead and read it. It says Simon, the high priest, the son of Onias, who in his life repaired the house again, and in his days fortified the temple. So it's talking about Simon the high priest. All right. So it says, and by him was built from the foundation the height fortress of the wall about the temple. In his days, the cistern to receive water, being encompassed as the sea, was covered with plates of brass. He took care of the temple that it should not fall, and fortified the city against besieging. It says he was honored in the midst of the people in his coming out of the sanctuary. Then it says he was as the morning star in the midst of a cloud, and as the moon at the full, as the sun shining upon the temple of the Most High, and as rainbows giving light in the bright clouds. So letting you know that Simon, his his brightness, whenever he would come out of the sanctuary, it was like a morning star in the midst of a cloud, which is letting you know that the sun can shine through a cloud. And it says, and as the moon at the full. So that means he's shining so bright. He's illuminating so bright. He's so noticeable that it's like the moon when it's full, which means it's full of light all the way around. Okay, so it's even giving you this metaphor right here in this analogy of Simon shining bright as a moon at the full. And so, and if he's shining bright as the moon at the full, that means that it ain't 80%, 95%. No, it's 100%. That means that he was noticed whenever he came out of the sanctuary. He was bright as a morning star in the midst of a cloud, meaning that even though the cloud is there, you still see him. You still see him. And as the moon at the full, you can see the brightness. You can see it. All right. And we know that when our forefathers, whenever they were writing things for our learning, we also got to understand that when they're giving comparisons and analogies to things like this, They aren't just saying it just because. They're obviously letting us know that, okay, well, if he's shining as bright as the moon at the full, that means that he had to be someone that was light was really on this brother, like how a full moon has light on it, and that's not halfway or partial, whether it be from 1% to 99%. It had to be 100% of the time. So likewise, though, so that means that they had to know how the moon looked if they're even able to give the analogy. They had to know how the moon looked whenever it was full. They knew how it looked. So, but yeah, as far like I said, as far as I have to dig through, man. I gotta go dig through that information. I gotta go dig through the books and stuff and find the information where it talks about how they will blow the trumpet on the full moon to help keep them on track in the event of an overcast. I'll have to find that information for you, but I'll get back to you on that. I just gotta find it. I know I read it in one of my books that I got here.
Okay, this isn't the scripture you talking about where you can see a full moon through a cloud. This isn't the verse, right?
You said that how would they know how the full moon looked, and I'm bringing you to this scripture to let you know that they're giving an analogy of Simon coming out of the temple and how bright he was. It says he was as the moon at the full. So they're giving you a comparison, meaning they have to know how the full moon looks, because that was the question that you asked.
No, that's not the question that I asked.
Yes. Oh, come on. I mean, don't do that, man. You did ask that question. You said, how did they know how the you asked? I thought that give a description of how the moon looks, and I said, let me find the scripture, and that's where I went to.
No, that's why we have witnesses. You guys heard what I asked them, or you guys missed what I asked them?
I missed what he asked.
What do a full moon look like?
I didn't ask them.
We were talking about the moon. Yes,
why would I ask what a full moon look like when we know what a full moon look like? What kind of sense does that make for me to ask them?
Because you guys are making the claim that you can't tell what a full moon looks like, and then I'm telling, and then I said, they did know how the full moon looks.
No, I said, how did they calculate the full moon? How did they calculate to know that that's the full moon? I asked you. I didn't ask you how would it look like. That wouldn't make no sense.
Okay, all right. To give a description, because that's what I brought up. I brought up the whole thing about a description.
No, that's what you said. That
well, let's record it, man. So we can go back and play.
No, I'm repeating what you said. You said it at how that they'll blow the trumpet on the full moon, and you said it down on you to not just count backwards from the full moon to get the beginning of the month. And I asked you, how did they calculate to get to the full moon? It's my question to you. Not how it looked.
No, I know. Actually, I know one of the others asked me, is there a scripture where they count backwards? I already stated that no, there isn't that. I'm just letting you know the information that I have when it talks about what they did historically. As far as it being written in the Bible, no, it's not there. It's just something that I looked up as far as the history that I have on some of the other books where some of the customs that they were doing.
No, I get, brother. I don't. It don't make sense to me to ask you, did they know what a full moon looked like? That wouldn't make any sense to me to even ask something like that. You know what I'm saying? Because we all know what a full moon looked like. You can go Google that. My thing. It's always been calculated. The whole night long we talking about calculating everything. How do you know that it's that? So I ask you, how did
No, man. We're not leaving what you just said, because you just said earlier that you don't know how a full moon looks. You said that. You started hampering me about that.
No. I said, how can you determine what a full moon is by your naked eye? You said you could. I said, okay. I left it alone. I said, okay, cool, brother. That's it. I said, more power to you if you can do that. But I said to you, more power to you. I didn't say you can do that.
And then I gave the statement about how the scriptures gives a description about it, and then you said, "Where's that at?" And I said, "Give me a minute, let me find it."
No, we went from there saying that you said you can see the moon is full through a cloud. Went there. That's what you said.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did say that.
I know, not through a
And
cloud.
then
Right, to an overcast. To an overcast.
how a full moon looks.
You said you can see through an overcast. You said.
Right, which is the difference.
And
Yes,
I said
when the moon
I can
is
see through an
full.
You
overcast.
see it through a
When
cloud.
the moon is full, yes, that is why, and even in the customs of the information that I have, that's why they did that. That's why they were able to do that, because it can be consistently seen.
Okay.
Even in the overcast, it can be consistently seen.
Okay. So are you saying that?
Much like a morning star in the midst of a cloud.
Okay. So are you saying that they didn't calculate from the first day of the month to the 15th day to know that it's the full moon? They didn't do that.
What I'm saying is, if they had trouble, according to the information and the customs that I have, if they had trouble, of course they would calculate it from the beginning to the 15th day or to whatever day. Of course they would do that. Yes, they would do that. But if there was a situation during a certain time period of a new month getting ready to come in, and they couldn't determine it because they couldn't see they couldn't see the constellations, nor could they see a slither or whether they could determine whether a moon was going to be dark or not. They had to wait until the full moon to get them back on track.
That's
To
not
get
true.
them back on track. Yes, that is the information that I have on that. That talks about that.
That's not true. That's why the Bible is telling you.
I know that. I mean,
I'm gonna tell you right now why that's not true. That's why the Bible tells you every single month it's 30 days. That's why it's saying that to you.
But see, and now this is where I begin to tell you, you start to isolate the moon as if. But you're saying that the moon is 30 days for, and that if it's 30 days, then that means that it should add up to 360 days after 12 months. What I'm telling you is that doesn't happen when you use the moon.
What you're saying is from months 2 to 7 is 30 days.
I'm saying if you got your first month down with your barley and you got your first month down, you have the rest, because everyone after that is 30 days. If you don't see the sliver for the first one and you counting, and that is 30 days right there, whether you see it or not, you know that's a sliver. The day after that is a sliver because you're counting it. And that's the priests that they keep account. You're counting it all the time. You can always go back to your beginning. We have a mark. We start right here. We count 30 days. We know that's 30. The 31 day would be a sliver. That would be a sliver. Whether we see it or not, we know it's a sliver because we know each month is 30 days. There is no month.
This is where we're gonna have to disagree. This is where we're gonna have to disagree because of the fact that I've done the counts more than once. I've done the counts and double checked it and used calculators and everything. I've done it. And what I'm trying to tell you is that the moon does not give you a 30-day count. It's not the moon that does that alone. That's all that I'm saying. So because of that, because the moon does not give you a 30-day count alone, therefore, which is why when you go to the full moon and then you count backwards, it doesn't consistently land on a slither. Some months, yes, it does, but not consistently. And that is because of the fact that it's not governed. The 30-day count is not governed solely by the moon.
I'm asking you. I read out the Bible. Yeah. Wait a minute. Did I not read out the Bible that it says every month is 30 days? Yeah. I gave you a 5-month calculation in Genesis and a 3.5 year calculation.
Sure did.
It's not every month in those calculations 30 days. It's not every one.
But it's not determined by the moon by itself. Like, why do you keep missing that point? I don't really count. It's like you keep missing what I'm saying.
You're saying that we trying to see it from the text.
Okay, and I just showed you that even when you go back to the beginning, before you even get to Genesis chapter 7 and chapter 8, when you go back to the beginning, when the Most High created the lights that are in the firmament, it wasn't just the moon that he created for the night season. It wasn't just that. So why do you keep isolating it like as if that's all you need?
I'm not isolating anything. You are saying something. You are saying something. And you have no verse to back up. Wait a minute, Gabar. I can sit up here and say to you, Christ has some purple jeans on. I have no text to back up what I'm saying. Maybe he could have had some purple jeans on. Who knows?
I mean, but I'm not saying anything that's not out of the text. I just clearly told you that no, how when I'm telling you that oh my gosh, the moon is not by itself in the night. We know, you know that.
I know, brother. I know the moon isn't by itself, but here's what you're saying. You're saying that you're saying that you have to use the star now to calculate how long a month is. And where's the text say that you have to use a star to calculate how long a month is? What does it say? What does it say that at?
Okay. You and I know what you're gonna do. You're gonna keep going back to Genesis chapter 7 and chapter 8 and Revelation chapter 11, chapter 2. I know what you're gonna do whenever I say this. So that's why I'm gonna say it now. The moon does not determine the 30-day cycle. The moon, the scriptures never say that. It doesn't say that.
Statement, though. You say it. I mean, it sounds good.
Let me finish. The moon, it never says that. What does it say the moon is used for? It says the moon is a sign for seasons. It says, and then it's letting us know in the Apocrypha what those seasons are. It's for feasts. That's what it's letting us know consistently. That is what is plain. You don't have to try to guess it. You don't have to try to, try to twist it to try to make it just try to make it say that or whatever. It's letting us know the moon is a sign for feast. That is the season. That is the sign that it is for. That is what it says consistently from Psalms to the Apocrypha, even all the way back to Genesis when it talks about it being a sign. It says that it is a sign for the feast days. That is what it's for. It's letting us know how to calculate our feast days. And we know that 2 of those feast days are on a full moon. We know that. We know that consistently. So that's what it says consistently. Okay, and that's something that no one heard you.
The bar, that's correct. But again, you are including one thing and throwing out the other thing. You cannot throw out the math in Genesis chapter 7 and 8.
No, I'm not. I never threw out. You keep saying that I'm throwing out the math when I never threw out the math. You keep saying the month is 30 days. You're trying to say that the moon is. You're trying to say that the moon from sliver to sliver is 30 days when it's not. And I'm challenging you to do it for the rest of the year. It's not going to be 30 days every month. It's already some of the information you guys already have is already showing that all of a sudden it's 29 days now. It's already going off, and now you guys got to make adjustments.
Who making adjustments?
You already have to make adjustments.
Wait a minute, who's making adjustments?
With the count that you guys already have over there. You already got to make adjustments, proving that the 360-day, 30 count is not solely by the moon. It's already proven.
I'll understand you right here. I'll understand you. Did I not tell you that calendar is off?
I just said it.
I said that calendar is the closest to the biblical calendar that I found. I told him it's not completely accurate.
Okay, well, you're gonna have to draft up a biblical calendar then, so that way we can have the accuracy.
You say what?
You're gonna have to draft up a biblical calendar so we can have the accuracy.
Okay, I can draw up a biblical calendar. I need an angel to come down here and break it down to me completely.
Okay, well, then pray for one then.
Other than that, I'm a human being. I'm gonna make mistakes. You acting like your math is flawless. Your math can't be flawless, bro. I admit I can make a mistake. If I go calculate it myself, trying to figure it out, I'm going to make a mistake because I'm a human being.
I understand that.
I'm using what I'm reading out the text. What I know is not flawless. What you saying to me, you can go count it. I can count it myself, brother, and my count is flawless.
Oh my God! No, man, don't put words in my mouth, man. Don't do that, because that's not what I said. What I
Right.
said was that I'm not deviating from the
You said right here,
360
you
day
said
count. Nah, I don't do that. Don't put words in my mouth. But that's not what I said. What I said was I'm not deviating from the 360 day count. What I'm saying is that the 360 day count is not consistent with how you count the moon. There's something else that's going on there with the 360 day, 30 day count when you count it up to 12 months. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that, oh, my count is flawless. I never said that. Don't put words in my mouth. Don't do that.
Gabar. I asked you, I said, Gabar, can you be wrong? You said no. Right here. I asked, I said, can your count be wrong? Right here. And you said to me, no.
Nah, man. I'm gonna step away for a minute because now you just step away.
You know what? We're gonna play it back. We say that's why it's recorded. That's why it's recorded. So what I'm gonna do is once it posts up, I'm gonna go back into it and I'm gonna go back to the part where I asked you, can you be wrong in your count? And you're gonna respond and say no. I'm gonna play it for you. So you say, I'm not putting words in your mouth. I said right here and I asked you, can your count be wrong? You said no. I'm gonna play that part back. But if you say that your count can't be wrong, you say your count is flawless. Am I right or wrong? I'm gonna play the part back. She said, I'm not putting words in your mouth. That's why I'm glad we recorded it so we can have the proof. And I'm a couple of times. I'm gonna play it back. So you don't think I'm putting words in your mouth. So once I play it back and you hear it for yourself, when I ask it to you and you respond, then you're gonna say, okay, I did say that. But I didn't put words in my mouth. I asked you, can you be wrong in your count? And you said no. Now I'm gonna finish what I was saying. What I was bringing out. I was saying that the sliver is the beginning of the month, and I couldn't finish bringing out what I was saying. We all agree that it's the renewed moon. We agree that that a new moon
It's the beginning of the month.
means a renewed light. Right or wrong?
Yeah, great. Yeah, definitely.
The renewed moon is the beginning of the month.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
This is the beginning of the month. That means it's the beginning of a light. Right or wrong?
Right.
If that's the beginning of the month and that is a renewed light, then the beginning of the month begins with a new light. A renewed light.
I'm with you.
The renewed light will have to be what? A sliver. The sliver is a beginning of a light. Is it not?
Yeah.
I mean, come on, let's be real. Is the sliver the beginning of light?
Yes.
So how can the sliver not be the beginning of the month? Am I twisting that in any kind of way? Or am I making it plain and simple?
That's it.
Did he not say that the sliver is, he said that the Bible don't say that the sliver is the beginning of the month. Did he not say that?
Right.
Is that saying the sliver is the beginning of the month?
Yeah.
No, I'll be real. If it ain't, just say no, bro, it's not.
That's the beginning.
That's the beginning. That's the beginning of the month, right? The sliver.
Mm-hmm. I would agree. I would say that.
With the new moon, which is the renewed light, the beginning of the month, can you have a dark moon?
No. No.
Can a dark moon ever be the beginning of a Hebrew month?
I would say no.
Future.
This can never be the beginning of a month because we're dealing with light. The moon is a light. It's not darkness. Is it darkness?
No. It's light.
He said they created two lights. So this can never be the beginning of a Hebrew month.
Right.
Never.
At the end of a life cycle, it goes out.
That's obviously. That means it can never be the beginning. Something that goes out is the end of something. It isn't the beginning of something. Going out isn't the beginning of something.
And then if that light was to be renewed, it would come back.
With a light again.
But not fully illuminated, it would come back as a...
It'd have to come as a sliver.
And then build up to a full moon again to go back dark again.
Come on.
That would be the cycle that's the cycle I see.
That's what it says in the renewed moon. And that's why it uses two Hebrew words. It used Kadash and it used Yeriach. Interchangeable. You would find Yerach translated as new moon. You would find Kodesh translated as what? New moon. Interchangeably. There is no Hebrew word for the English word month. There's no Hebrew word for the word month. It's not there. So what are you talking about? If there's no Hebrew word for the word month, how would you know how long the month is? The only way you would know is when you see that light starts, it goes through a cycle, and it comes back again. What's in between that cycle? It's 30 days. Right here. That's how long you know that it is. From start to start again. It's 30 days. There is no 29 days in there. The book doesn't say that. This has to be the beginning of the month, the sliver. That's what it is. The text is saying this. It ain't saying nothing different. I can't back this thing up to play the part where I asked him, is this math flawless? And he said no. I said, could you be wrong? He said no. I'm not putting words in your mouth, bro. I don't do stuff like that.
All right, come on, man. I did not say that. So let's
Okay,
just drop it. I didn't say that. So let's drop it. I did not say.
Okay, let me say this.
My math is wrong. I never said that, man.
Okay,
so
brother. If you didn't listen, let me say this. If you didn't say this, brother, I apologize to you right now if you didn't say it. But I'm gonna go back and play it back again. If you didn't say it, brother, I apologize to you ahead of time. But I'm gonna go back. If this stuff is done. I'm gonna play it back.
That's fine.
I'm gonna play it back. But I'm not high-minded where I can apologize for something when I'm wrong about something, bro. I don't move like that, bro. You know me for years, bro. If I'm wrong, they said I apologize to you. But I remember me clearly asking you because you was talking about, you said, well, I counted for myself for 2 years. You said, for 2 years, I've been counting, and I know. And I said, brother, can you be wrong? You said no.
That's not what I said, man.
Okay, but like I said,
that's not what I said. I know that. I know. I know that I've said that I've been counting it, and what I had said was the 360-day count. I'm not going to deviate from. What I clearly was saying was that I was like, the moon does not add up 360 days when you count it for 12 months. When you count it out for 12 months, that is what I have said. That is what I have said. I said it's going to add up to 354 days. That's what it's going to add up to, because there's something going on where the moon is not governing a 30-day count, not by itself. That's all that I have said. I've never said anything about my math is not wrong. My math is not off. My math is not this. My math is not that. All I said was, yeah, I went back and double and triple checked because to make sure I wasn't like just being wrong about anything. I'm double counting them and I'm triple counting using calculators and all that. And I'm like, dang, like what's going on here? I'm trying to figure out what's going on. And the only conclusion that I could come to when I'm studying the scriptures is the stars are playing a role in this 30-day count and how it comes into 360 exactly when you count 12 months out of the year. Even when you add the extra month, the 390 to make it 390 days for that leap year. There's still the stars are playing a role in something that the Most High is doing. I don't quite understand it. I don't. All I can equate it to is he's doing something with the math that we don't quite understand. But however he's doing it, he brings it perfectly into season every year, even when an extra month has to be added. That's all that I'm saying. And then which brings me to the conclusion that whenever you bring in a new month from month to month, I don't believe that you can do it. I don't believe that it is consistently a sliver, because I've done the counts on both sliver and crescent, and I mean sliver and dark moon. And whenever you do those counts, it's just not adding up when you get to the end of the year. Something is going on where it's pushing it back. And even if you try to stay consistent, if you just try to count 30 30 30, even from no matter what day you begin with, when you count 30 30 30 to get all the way to 12, and then you look at where the moon phase should be at, or whatever, it's something is going on. So something is happening where the Most High is bending some things back. He's tweaking. Like I said, the only thing I could come to the conclusion of is there's a it's like some type of dial or something that he's doing in heaven, where he's like tweaking the dial, and he's doing it so that way he can bring it in perfectly with in season with the month of Abib. That's all. That's the only conclusion that I can come to. But I know that that 30 30 30 count, I can say for with assurance, and I'll say this on record for assurance, that the moon doesn't seem to govern that. That's all that I am saying. I'm not saying the moon is not a light. I'm not saying that it's not a slither or it's dark, whatever the case is. I don't argue any of that. I don't. All I'm saying is that from month to month, I just think you got to use the stars as well to help you determine some things, which is what I'm going to continue to study on and to help bring it into some understanding. That is it, because I'm just looking at it and I'm just like, man, there's something up with this 360 count, where it has to fit in to this, how you're supposed to use the moon and the stars whenever a new month begins, because we know that a day, which is the beginning of a month, also starts whenever the sun goes down, and when the stars also appear along with when the moon is either dark or supposed to be a sliver. The stars are still appearing. So that's all I'm saying, and I'm just encouraging you and the rest of the brothers to just look into it. That's it. To just look into it to see what's going on, because all the studies that I've lessons and videos that I've watched, no one ever talks about the stars. And I'm like, they always talking about the moon, the moon, the moon. And I'm like, but the stars are there too. Why is nobody even looking into that to see if there's even something to it? Because Most High didn't place them there for no reason. That's all that I'm saying.
Okay, we got that. Now, is it possible that the stars play no role at all in the calculating of a month?
My answer would be no, only because they do appear with the moon, and there's clearly constellations that appear with the moon every month. So my answer would be no, because if they were created along with the sun, moon, and stars to help govern signs and seasons and days and years, then I wouldn't isolate them. No, I would not do that.
Now, does the moon, hear me clearly, does the moon appear in the sky with the sun throughout a 12-month calendar? Do you see the moon in the daytime with the sun throughout a 12-year calendar? Does the moon appear with the sun plenty of times throughout a 12-month calendar? Yes or no?
I mean, I can't say for every month because I've never tracked it like that. I will say that I've seen enough times, both in the morning and in the evening, at certain times, I've seen the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time. Yes, I have
During the
actually seen
day.
that.
But I want to be clear. That's during the day, right or wrong.
Yeah, it's some parts of the morning or some parts of like the evening, maybe around like 4 or 5 o'clock. Yeah, I've seen both the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time. Yes, I especially more so recently. Yes, I have seen that.
Does the sun have anything to do with the biblical month?
Um, Only dealing with the daylight hours as far as a 12-day period. I mean, that's still a part of a month because it still factors in. But as far as it bringing in a new month, uh, I haven't seen that. No, I
Okay.
haven't seen any information that says that. No, other than the Book of Enoch and the Book of
Which
Jubilees, but that's it.
which brings me to my point. Just because something might appear with something doesn't necessarily mean that it has to do something with that particular function when it comes to a particular calendar or something pertaining to the Hebrew calendar. It doesn't necessarily because it appears with it or it's there with it that you have to use that particular thing that's with it to calculate a particular part of the calendar. That's my point to you. Your point to me is that the stars are there, brother. So that means that since the stars are there, they're used for something. Yes, maybe we don't know for sure. They're there. I'm pointing out that we see plenty of time that the moon is there with the sun during the daytime. But we're not going to use the sun to say, okay, that's the beginning of the Hebrew month. Like scripturally speaking, it really has nothing to do with you calculating the beginning of the Hebrew month. The sun don't. But they appear together throughout the year. So that is a different reason why it's going to a particular cycle on a flat Earth that you necessarily have to use just because they appear together, mean that you have to use them there to calculate a particular function of the Hebrew calendar throughout the year. That's my point. I'm saying that's why I'm saying to you, I'm not dismissing what you're saying about the stars are there. My thing is that I need to see a scripture verse to back up what you're saying that now, because it's there, you have to now use it to calculate something pertaining to the biblical month. If I see that, I'm going to say, well, now it says it right here, brother. It says the biblical month, you know what I'm saying? And the stars, you have to calculate the month by. It says it both. You know what I'm saying? That's my point. I'm not dismissing what you're saying, but what you're saying is that because it's there, it's enough for you to say it plays a role for sure in calculating this month. That the moon by itself is not going to give you 365 days. Now, of course, in 365 days, you're dealing with a year. You have to calculate the sun as well in that. You can't dismiss the sun in a complete year. You can't do that. That won't make any sense. So when you're dealing with a year, what you bringing out, you got to deal with the sun, moon, and stars, as I was saying earlier. But when you're speaking on it, you're constantly speaking of the stars and the moon. You don't mention the sun, but you're speaking of an entire year, but you don't mention the sun along with it. You just mention the stars and the moon.
Well, the only reason why I'm not mentioning the sun is because I don't think there's a disagreement in what the sun governs as far as 12 hours in a day, like the Messiah said. I don't think we're disagreeing on that. We're trying to get understanding on when it, like you said before, the night season. So when we're trying to figure out this night season, I mean, I'm only left with what is written like you are. I'm like, okay, I'm going back to the beginning, and it's saying that the stars are there with the moon, and it says it again over there in the Apocrypha verse. It says it again that the type of moon is an ornament in heaven among the stars. So I'm like, okay, it's there, and then the Most High, he's telling Job that who can bring Mazzaroth, which is a constellation of stars in its season. So clearly it has a season too, much like the moon does, as well as the sun. Like these things have appointed times that get brought into season that the Most High does. So that's why, and so I'm like, I mean, the at some point they all work together cohesively at some point to help govern our time throughout day to day. And then when I say day to day, I mean a 24-hour day, not a 12-hour day. I mean a 24-hour day, as well as a month, which means it brings us into a year. So when I'm bringing in, so the reason why I keep bringing in a year is because you can't have a year without having a certain set of months. And according to the scriptures, we have at least 12 months, with the exception of that intercalculated year. So,
Start.
so it factors into the math. That's all I'm saying. It factors right into the math of a year, with dealing with the months. So you kind of have to all be inclusive of all of all of that when we're trying to figure out, when does a month begin? Because because there's a because the first month of the year lets us know when our year starts. What I'm saying? Like, so it's so that's why it's important to me to even understand that.
3 minutes.
You got 3 minutes, right? Like it's like
I got what?
3 minutes, right? For the 3 hours.
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Man, don't worry about that.
Okay, no problem. I was just.
I'm gonna tell you, look into it to see what the stars is for. We don't.
I mean, yeah, that's all I'm saying, man. Let's I mean, it's there in the scriptures, man. Like, what's stopping us from at least let's just investigate it. Let's just investigate it. And like I said, I've done some investigations, and I'm like, but I'm not 100% because I really don't know. I'm like, man, I mean, because I'm looking up certain Hebrew definitions on Pleiades and Arcturus and Orion and all this stuff, and I'm like, like you got one that's talking about the 7 stars, and then you got another one that's that's talking about this, and I'm just like, okay, well, how does this all? Where does this all factor into how the Most High's time clock is moving? That's all. That's all I'm saying. And it's like I'm like you, man. I'm like, it's saying 300. I mean, the Genesis is saying 360, and I'm like, I mean, according to the math that we have there, But I'm like, well, but this 360 obviously starts on day 4, as far as from what I can see, and day 4 has the sun, the moon, and stars.
Here's what I'm saying, bro. The moon is out at night. This is a 12-hour period. So is the stars.
Right.
I don't see how the stars will be adding anything to the moon as far as calculating times. They both are present in the same time frame of a night period. You see what I'm saying? Now, the sun is an addition because that's another 12-hour period that you would add to it to make a complete 24 hours. You're adding to it. Anything on the light side will be encompassed in that 12-hour period. It wouldn't be in addition to the 12-hour period that's there. It would be in conjunction with the 12-hour period. It wouldn't be in addition to it. You know what I'm saying? So if the stars are out with the moon, there isn't an addition to the stars not adding as far as length or time to that 12-hour space that they both rule in. So as far as the stars adding something onto that 354 that you're saying that the moon is giving you, I don't see how the stars by itself can do that when they occupy the same space as the moon at nighttime. There have to be something outside of that time frame that would have to calculate that to add on to that particular time space of a nighttime. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I think that's where, when the moon goes dark, I think that's where the stars is making up for it. Whenever the moon goes dark, because I just what I think. I think when the moon goes dark, the stars is making up for that time.
What you mean make?
I mean, as far as like to get it to that 360.
Yeah,
Extra third light bearer.
because wait.
That's an addition. Yeah, that's adding.
Yeah, but what Gabar is saying, he's saying from month to month that if you go by the sliver, it's not always going to be 30 days. He's saying that sometimes it's going to be 29. That's what he's saying.
I got that.
Yeah.
I'm saying that the book is saying something different.
I got that, yeah, but what he's trying to do, he's trying to say, he's trying to make sense of it because he said he's been calculating the sliver and it's like always not 30 days. So he said it must be something added in with the stars that make it 30 days because he said it's because he's trying to get he's trying to make the math to be 360 every year. He's trying to make it that way. But he said from what he's seeing, just from going from the sliver, is not making it 360.
The math,
right?
Okay.
You're right. The math, right.
Okay.
That's the foundation of why I'm even bringing the argument because I'm like, man, the math is 360, and I'm like, how is the moon bringing it to 360 every year?
Right, but he's saying the sliver, it doesn't happen.
He's saying that it is, and that's why I said I'm challenging him to let's check it every month to see where we're at.
Right. I'm with that. We can do that.
Brother,
There's no
point to do that.
That's all I'm saying.
There's no
and
point.
then I mean, you could do it now from the moment that whether it doesn't matter what day you start. You can start from a dark moon. You can start from a sliver. It doesn't matter. If your first day of the year, you could count 360 days up and then see what you land on.
I'm saying you don't have to do that. You can. I'm saying you don't have to do that. Why am I saying you don't have to do that? Because Genesis gives me a time frame from the second month to the seventh month and tells me they're all 30. I said, okay, I got that. There's no point for me to go look at it from the second month to the seventh month because he already told me it's 30.
Yeah, definitely.
You gotta do that. So now my thing is okay. I gotta look at maybe outside. I gotta look at the first,
right,
and the eighth all the way
to the
down.
12, right?
Because that's my time frame there.
Right.
So when I come to Revelation said, "Listen, I'm gonna give you a 3.5 year time frame. You got 5 in there. What if I give you, Amiyan, 42 months? What about that? I know it's spelling that wrong.
Yeah.
What if I give you, Amiyan, 42 months?
Mm-hmm.
What then? What if I tell you 42 months consistently is 30 days? What then? What am I looking for now? 5 ain't good enough for you? Try 42.
So
all 30.
So Gabar, I have a question for you. So how do you so what's the sign for you to determine that there's a new month, a new moon?
I mean, like I said earlier, because I've seen inconsistencies in the count, both with dark moon and the sliver, because I've seen those inconsistencies when I've done the count, when I've tried to count it out for the year to try to get to 360. What I have done for now is the full moon is a consistent sign that can be seen, and I'm just counting 14 days backwards from that full moon. When I get to day 1, I'm marking that as the new moon. Now there's been, and because I've done that, there has been actually majority of the months we're pretty much like me and Amiyan will have the same day. Like, and he knows that because I've asked him. I'll be like, hey, what month do you? Because I'll ask him. I'll be like, hey, what month? What day did you get for the new moon? He'll say this day. I'm like, oh yeah, I got that day too, based on the count that I'm just using off of that. You know, is it consistent every month for all the 12 months? No, but is it in alignment for a lot of the other months? Yes. And sometimes that slither may be, as far as in percentages, based on the app that I have, because I can't just go outside and look and be like, oh, that's 1%. I mean, I can't do it like that. So in that case, I would have to use the app or like whatever. It'll say it can be anywhere from 1% to 5%, 1% to 5%, as far as that the illumination of that slither. And the 1% is very hard to see. It's very hard to see.
Okay. I'm gonna quote a statement here. Now you tell me if you agree with the statement, Gabar.
Okay.
The statement is men lie, women lie, numbers don't. You agree with that?
I want to say, look, I want to say, yeah, I agree, but because I know that people can manipulate numbers. People can definitely manipulate numbers.
If you didn't make the numbers still going to show you manipulated it.
I did.
Something here, you do the math on it, it's going to show you change the numbers. The numbers are not going to hide your manipulation of the numbers.
Right.
They're going to do that.
No,
they're not. They're going to show you change it somewhere. Because when it equals out, he's going to say, wait a minute, it's going to be off right here. So you know something was manipulated in between here. So I'm saying that's why that phrase is a powerful phrase. Because we know men lie, women lie, but the numbers just don't lie. And I'm saying that the math that we're given between a 5-month period and a 42-month period is telling us, hey, it's 30 days. If this math is not lying, and I go out there and say, okay, the math in the Bible is telling me each month is 30 days, and I go out there and I see a sliver and I count, that's day one. When I get back to the next sliver over here, it's 29 days. I'm saying, oh man, this math is wrong. I counted personally with my own personal eyes each single day, and I got 29 days. This math in this text is wrong. It says 30 days in this Bible, but I counted it myself. From sliver to sliver, from dark moon to dark moon, I'm getting in some cases 29 days. This cannot be saying all month of 30 days. It's inaccurate. It's got to be saying some days are 30, some days are 29. Or is it?
We'll see. I'm not saying that though. Maybe that's where we're different at, because what I'm saying is, man, this math is correct. This 30 day is correct. I'm going back and I'm saying, okay, there's something going on where this moon is not doing this by itself. Like, it can't be, because this math is correct. And that's why I said I'm not gonna deviate from this math. I'm not gonna deviate from it. So I have to, like the brother already stated. He already said it for me. I'm trying to make sense of it. I'm like, somehow I have to harmonize with however the stars, the sun, the moon, whatever, I have to harmonize that with the math that the Most High gave us, because the math is correct, unless they tamper with the text. Like you said earlier, unless they tamper with the text, the math is on point. So it's not that I'm trying to say that the math is off because I'm counting and I'm getting only 29 days, like or whatever, whenever I'm counting from sliver to sliver or from dark moon to dark moon. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the math is right about this 360. It needs to be 30, 30, 30. Something needs to harmonize with that, where it's consistent every month to every year, no matter what.
Stars might be.
Why does something has to be added on to a 12 months 30 day a month math that makes it 360?
Because we have been taught and we have come to this understanding throughout this time that, okay, we use the moon, we go by a lunar calendar, but I'm learning that it's not a lunar calendar. It's a solar lunar celestial calendar. It's not just lunar by itself. It can't be. Most High, if he's giving the sun, the moon, the stars also to govern days, months, and years, okay, I mean, and I know you say, I know you're saying, man, I'm going back to years, but the reason why I keep going back to years is because you have months within that make up a year, and the reason why I keep going back to that is because lunar by itself does not give you 360. Solar by itself gives you over 360 because that's what the book of Enoch says. It's giving you over 360. It's giving you 364. While the moon by itself is giving you 354. And so I'm like, well, there's a middle point there, and no one's talking about it. There's these stars there. Something is happening with these stars, and I don't think nobody's really been looking into it to see how it factors in with the Most High's calendar and how he's bringing all this stuff in the proper season, because those constellations have a cycle that they go on to, and everything is revolving in all with each other. The sun is revolving just like the moon is revolving, and the stars are revolving. All these things are moving parts that help govern the Most High's calendar. And that's all I'm saying. I'm just like, man, these stars is doing something. They ain't just there for us to look at and to be like, ooh, look how they twinkle. you know, they definitely got a purpose. You
Yeah.
know, they ain't just there for us to look at and say that they're pretty. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. I mean, I don't see how I don't see how a lunar calendar don't make up 360. The math says it does.
Well, again, I'm presenting the challenge that every month you count it. Every single month you count it, and you actually mark it. And you actually mark it. Don't make no adjustments. Just count it. Just count it. By the time you get to the end of the year, let's just see where we at, and let's just see what we are added up to. Just mark it.
And I'm saying to you, even if you did that and you got something other than what that Bible says is 30 days, you're wrong.
But what I'm saying is that even we can double triple count it, and all I'm saying is that, all right, the math we know in the Bible is not wrong. Okay, either we're counting something wrong or we're missing something that needs to be there to help harmonize the 360 days. That's all that I'm saying.
Okay, I got the. Yeah, I think you're missing my point again when it comes to this. I'm saying to you, if what you're saying is true, we would have a verse that tells us this. Our forefather would have left something in the writing to say, we calculated it and we also used the stars. Nowhere nowhere the priests on their writings, none of them said none of this. The prophets don't say none of that. None of them say anything that they used the stars also to calculate this 360 days. None of them say they used that. I think that at some point there would be something that says that. Now it's there. I'm never going to say the stars are not there. I'm saying that they're there, but I'm saying our forefathers of the writing that we have don't say anywhere or even allude to that they use the stars to calculate the entire year.
Yeah, because they
I mean,
refer
and I understand that it doesn't say that definitively. I mean, I'm with you on that. I mean, even though they do speak about the stars, it doesn't say that definitively. And I also likewise understand that when they do speak about the moon, they are telling us definitively over and over again that your moon is to be a sign for peace. It is definitely telling us that, definitively. Now, I mean, and then as far as the sun, it's not even telling us to use the sun to calculate the daytime. I mean, it's not even telling us to do that. You know what I'm saying? We just kind of go, I guess we go off of common sense and
Right? It tells us that. It tells us that.
I mean, like it talks about the sun, how it goes across, the sky at noonday, and it parches the earth with burning heat. I mean, it talks about that in the Book of Psalms, yeah, as well as in the Apocrypha, it talks about that. But I've never seen any. I mean, you can show me. I mean, I will learn something new if you can show me that it says the sun to use the sun to calculate a 12-hour day. I mean, I've never actually seen that. I know the Messiah says that there's 12 hours in a day. He says that, but he's saying that in reverence to the sun governing that. That I've never seen.
We read it in Genesis chapter 1, verse 16. Can we read it?
But okay, but then that's the same argument that I'm making about the moon and stars. I'm making the same argument about the night. I'm making the same argument. I'm making the exact same argument.
Oh, you're not making the same argument.
I mean, you just said it about the sun, but I'm saying it about the moon and the stars because they're at night. I'm making the same argument. I'm making the exact same argument. It's just about the night.
No. He's not making the same argument. What he's saying, he's using the same verse. Like what the same verse is what he's trying to say with the stars is what he's saying. Like about the night time is what he's talking about.
But the verse doesn't say that about the stars. Let's read it.
Genesis chapter 1, verse 16. And God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day.
Stop. You gotta go slow. We know what the greater light is.
Right.
That's the rule of day.
Mm-hmm.
So that means that's the sun. And when that comes up, that's taking up the day portion of the 24-hour period. That's two great lights, the greater one to rule the day. That means if it's ruling the day, when you're talking about calculating the hours of the day, that's the one you're going to go ahead and deal with. Right. And the reason why I'm saying that is this, because earlier I've talked to the brother that in some days you can look and see the moon out with the sun.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So you can say, well, today I see the moon out, so why not calculate something with the moon for this 12-hour period now and add it on to the 12-hour period? Because the moon is out now with the sun. That's why it says the greater one to rule it. So that's the one you got. So that's first and foremost, you got to go by that. Even though you might see the moon out there with it, you ain't finna use that to calculate it because the one that's ruling that particular portion is the sun. The moon becomes insignificant, even though it's present there sometimes, it is not factoring into something to do with the daytime.
Right.
You have nothing to do with the daytime. Even though it's there, it has nothing to do with the daytime. As far as I know, it has nothing to do with the daytime, even though it's present in the daytime sometimes. And even in some days as well, you can see some stars during the day.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I'm seeing with my own eyes.
Mm-hmm.
But I've never seen, when I see some stars today, let me go ahead and try to factor that into some day to do with the day at all. I don't see that at all. Yes, sir.
Well, maybe that's the missing element to this whole story is that when the moon is not present at night, it's out at the wrong time in the daytime. Maybe that's why we're not seeing it and sometimes when we're supposed to see it at night because it's out during the day.
That's correct. That's correct.
Definitely.
Right, that's correct.
Mm-hmm.
Where you don't see that night is because it's on the day portion side.
Right, exactly. Yep.
That's correct. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Definitely.
That's how it is on the flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Because remember I think the sun is the minute hand. I think the moon is the slower hand. So every now and then they will cross. They cross each other. Right. You know what I'm saying?
Well, okay, but see, now that we're talking about that though, as far as
I can barely hear you. Kind of low, bro.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Okay, now so what I'm saying is that about the moon being out during the daytime and all that, then as far as it being a 12-hour night period, if the moon is out during the day, then how does that then completely govern a 12-hour night period if it's out for periods of the daytime?
Wait, say one more time again.
Like if the moon appears in the sky at the same time as the sun, and I've seen it both in the morning and at night. I mean, I've seen it both like in the morning when the sun has fully risen,
mm-hmm.
as well as I've seen it at around like 4 o'clock. I've seen the moon out. Okay. If that is so, then how does then the moon completely govern the night for 12 hours if it's out for periods of daytime, of daylight?
Just read it again.
Okay. Genesis chapter 1, verse 16. And God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also.
Okay, so it's the greater light to rule the day. And the lesser lights to what?
Rule the night.
To rule the night. It's not to rule the night all the time. Why do I say that? Because before he made the sun and the moon and the stars, did we have day? Was there a day before sun and moon was created?
I mean, yeah, we had night and day. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, for the first 3 days.
So we already have a 24-hour period before the moon, the sun and the moon and the stars was created, right?
Right.
Right.
Okay, so now he creates the moon, me creates the sun with their lights, and he said, well, I'm gonna put this one over here to rule this portion of 12 hours. We clear? And that portion, he says, he calls that portion day, right? And then the night portion, the dark portion, he calls. Jump up to verse 2 so we can get this on. I don't want to butcher it. I want to read it so we can get it in context.
Okay.
So I'm trying to get to a point here.
Genesis chapter 1, verse 2. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters.
Go ahead.
And God said, let there be light, and there was light.
Stop. Gabar. In your studies, what is that like?
When he says, let there be light, and it was so.
Yes, sir.
Let me pull it up. Oh, dang, it's on the other computer. I'm not going to pull up on this one. My studies show that light is, man, I need my notes in front of me because I actually read it in Hebrew and I went and studied it and everything. So I do have it. It's just I don't know it off the top of my head. I don't want to say it wrong because I don't have my notes in front of me. So I'm gonna say I don't know right now because I don't have my notes in front of me.
Okay.
I have to get it off the other computer, and I haven't transferred it over to my laptop yet.
Got you. Okay. So there was a light there before the sun. So let there be light. They said there was a specific light that's there. It doesn't really dive into what it is, but there was a light there before the sun.
Right.
Okay? I want you to continue to read.
We're at chapter 4?
Verse 4, verse 5.
Okay. And God called the light day.
And he called the light what?
Day.
So when he said, let there be light, and there was light, and he called the light
Day.
called the light day. The day is 12 hours according to the Messiah. He's specifically dealing with a 12-hour portion of a 24-hour period. Let there be light.
Yeah, but but the daytime is not always 12 hours long. Like the sun is out longer than 12 hours.
Yeah, right now it's actually a little longer right now.
Yeah.
It's 12 hours. So the Messiah
Especially out here in California, man. I mean, like the sun is up like at 5 in the morning, and it don't go down to about 8.
It's almost 7 o'clock. It's still light outside.
Oh, definitely. I got you.
Yeah. Okay.
I got you.
Yeah.
I know what that is. I know why that is. Do you know why that is?
No, I can't say I do.
All right. You got to study the flat earth. You know why that is.
Oh, that's something I never studied.
Okay.
Lights bouncing around.
you have the sun doing this.
Right.
It does this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It does that. So the higher it goes, the resolution is going to slow down. The more it comes down, the heat gets hotter. right? That's why he's having certain places where it's in Alaska.
Right.
No sun there for 30 days.
Right.
It's so high, the light is not hitting that particular portion for 30 days until it comes back down to the resolution where it starts to exceed again. That's why it's dark for 30 days. And depending on the resolution of it either goes slower or faster. So you make the days longer and shorter.
Because if you go north, like I lived in Washington State, like around this time of year, like it get dark like around 9 o'clock.
Yeah, and it doesn't help that Esau with his daylight crap too as well. This foolishness that he's doing.
The time
Like 9 something.
Yeah, that's nonsense he's doing.
Washington.
Yeah. And
That's more up though.
in Michigan does the same thing
It's
too.
like the more higher you go.
Yeah.
So in Jerusalem, you'll probably do that.
No, what I'm saying is that's why Jerusalem says it's the center of the earth. If you're
Right.
at the center, it's hard for you for that to fluctuate. To be 12. You be 12 all the time. But other places it's going to switch.
Right.
It won't be 12 here. It won't be 12 there because they're at the edge. But the middle, the center part is going to stay consistent.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying? It's doing this.
Okay.
So the higher it gets, the edges are going to be not going to get
Right.
or it's going to get shorter daylight hours.
Right.
See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Until it comes back down low enough where the light gets broader and it gets back to your 11 to 12 hour period again on the flat earth.
Yeah. That's just like that's just like in Alaska where it's like dark for a lot of times during the year. It's just like dark out there, but they don't get a lot of daylight.
When they said
And then some days in the summertime it doesn't even get dark.
Right.
Yeah.
so is that no more when they say and the spirit of God moved upon the face of the water, like when it was dark? Is that's still
Yeah, it was dark.
but that's no more though.
That's the what?
It's no more because like the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the spirit of God moved upon the face of the water. Like, did he do it? You think it was still? Nah, because the light was made and the sun changed.
No, the Most High fixed that. It got ruined. Something happened and it became void. The Hebrew word there, hayah, and when it says and the earth was void, the Hebrew word hayah saying that it became that way. It became void. I mean, that's not how it was before.
So I was thinking like you at the beach and you could see it like dark at nighttime, and then you look over the water like that just popped up in my head.
Yeah, that's picking up the dark was on the face of the abyss. I mean, that's the oceans.
Okay.
The abyss is talking about the oceans, right?
Right.
There was a movie called The Abyss. You guys see it?
I see it.
It's like in space.
There was some aliens down deep down way down in the water.
Okay.
Yeah, there's angels and stuff down in the water. There was that Revelation. There's angels and stuff down in the water. Hey, there's some angels in the Euphrates. It tells you in the book of Revelation. A couple of them down in the Euphrates. There's something in the water and there's something in the four corners of the earth too as well.
Yeah, 4 points.
So the day is 12. According to the Messiah, the day is 12 hours.
Okay.
According to the Messiah, and I think he would know.
Right.
I think he was there when he was being created.
Right.
I was there when he made it. You talking about? You don't tell me. I was there. 12 hours in the day. Go ahead. Verse 5.
Verse 5. Okay. And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night.
And the what?
And the darkness he called night.
Now, if he's saying let there be day, that means what? That means it's like this is some old teaching. You might be right, you might be wrong.
Okay.
He illuminated half of a 24-hour period.
Okay.
As it is right now, half of this earth is illuminated and half of it isn't.
Right.
Before, all of it wasn't illuminated. Right or wrong?
Dark.
When he said let there be light,
Right. Yeah.
this light illuminated half, just a portion. As a light does. This light only illuminates a certain portion of this room.
Right.
correct?
Right.
So the light that he made is illuminating. When we break it down into hours, the light would extend to 12-hour, you would say distance, so to speak, or covers a 12-hour distance before it switches.
Right.
So he illuminated half of the abyss, the ocean, right? Because the earth was not being seen. It was only water. It was destroyed. So you only have water. So the teaching that I came up with was like he illuminated half of the water, lit it up, and he called it day. It's a 12-hour period. Keep reading.
We're at verse 6, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was it dark water then?
Yes, it was dark. Darkness was on the water, it says.
And God said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters.
Okay, so now after he eliminated half the water, what he did with it, put a firmament in the midst of it, divide the waters. This water from that water. That's what he did. He illuminated half of it, talking about the water, and then slice it in two by putting a firmament there, which we call today ozone layer, or it's that dome, that hard shell dome. Put a dome in it right there. See the dome. Right? Go ahead.
And God made the firmaments and divided the water which were under the firmaments from the waters which were above the firmament, and it was so.
That means when the caveman talked that nonsense about him going in outer space, he's going into water. Because he said there's water up there. He would be going into more water.
Dark matter.
That's why. That's why he's a lie. He never went up in there. He can't go into that. Separate the waters from the water. That's why when there was a flood, he says, open up the windows of what?
Heaven.
Heaven is the firmament. Open up the windows of the firmament, and the water that was above came down upon the earth. And that's why it flooded. He built it covered the mountains. There was more water added to the water that was already here, but it was above.
Sandwich water.
That's what happened. Right? So I'm going real slow. This is like old 1990.
I need to hear this.
Two teachers. It's like two teachers when I first came in. This is when you was like, whoa, that's deep. No, that's deep. That's deep. Go ahead.
Verse 8. And God called the firmaments heaven.
Give him done this in a second. Who?
I'm woke now.
You want to see us?
No. He can see y'all. He need, because see, the thing is, he needs a place to stay. But I wonder, can you brothers like give him some options other than coming over here staying?
Gucci smacking the back of the
Oh, you
head.
don't want him to stay?
I mean, he can stay here, but he can't stay here long. You know what I'm saying?
If you don't want him here, just tell him, bro. I mean, it's like,
I put the guidelines on the map.
Yeah, right. Yeah, bro. We'll make him feel not welcome.
no, we ain't gonna do that, but I'm just saying, you gotta be honest. You know, I mean, if you don't want the brothers, you know what I'm saying? Because I know sometimes it's kind of like, you get kind of conflicted, man. You know, you gotta look out for your best interest, man. You might make a decision that you might regret later on.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Isn't he from, what camp is he from?
He's with the rod, man, but he said he had never gotten in contact with him in a year or so.
Contact man, that's who he's congregating with. He got to contact them brothers.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's his option. Contact them brothers. He done exhausted all his options.
Right, yeah.
He's supposed to get at you when he's exhausted all of that.
Yeah. Them the brothers who was congregating with. You know what I'm saying? Supposed to be talking to them.
Well, I mean, that might tell you something. That means when somebody get on, he might not be telling you about that. That's probably why he reached out to you.
Yeah, but I don't know why he reached out to me. I mean, because last time he stayed here, you know, he wasn't.
I thought you had that brother here with his stuff in there.
What?
I thought the dude that come in told you he had his own stuff in there.
Which one? You mean,
One always coming in and out.
yeah,
That's why,
I thought he had his little
he does.
he can't stay in there with that in there.
I know.
I would tell him that.
I mean, I was gonna let him crash on the couch, but you know, but that's just why I was gonna let him crash on the couch for a moment. But I'm trying to see, cause I told him to come through here and see if brothers could help him. I mean, not help him stay, but get him a place. You know, because he has any other, you know.
His option is GR give you hotel vouchers.
they sure do.
Yeah,
Yeah,
GR
they
give
do.
you hotel vouchers.
They really do. Yep, they do.
And he give you food stamps.
Yep, they sure
The
do.
voucher's good for like about is it a month or something like that?
I don't know. You know, I know they give you one for they got a week or two eventually. I think they're like I think a week at least for sure. Like they do that for sure. Yeah.
And you could probably like renew it or try to.
Yeah, you can probably get it renewed.
Yeah, you could go to the pilot program.
But there's also they can be referred to a shelter as well.
Yeah, there are shelters. There's a shelter on I don't know if they open now. I mean, they should be like it's on Broadway, like Broadway by you just left the King. There's something like there's a shelter over there too. You know.
Yeah, we won't turn away, but he got other options, bro. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, my thing is that brother, in my place, I gotta feel safe and secure with who's staying with me. That's just me personally, bro. I mean, I got love for you. I'm gonna leave you on the street. I'm gonna direct you somewhere we can go have some shelter, but I gotta be secure in where I lay my hand. You know what I'm saying? That's gotta be first and foremost, bro.
Right.
And he has options. Like I said, there's options. It isn't like he can be on the street. There's options.
Yeah, there
You know
are.
what I'm saying? You need to crash out for a couple of days till he get his voucher. That's fine. I say, go get your voucher. Give you a couple of days, you know, to go get your voucher. That's the same day stuff. You go there and tell them that you're homeless,
Yeah.
they kick that in the same day to you.
Yeah,
That'd be
they
how
They ain't gonna play
time
around.
with the
do
coronavirus,
it.
like they
They
trying
do
to
that.
help.
They don't give it to them the same day.
Because they putting people in hotels, remember?
Yeah.
See, he had a
It's a good time for him to come
Decent
down here.
time,
With that
yeah.
coronavirus, they really. As
decent
a matter of
time.
fact, I have some information to give to him. As a matter of fact, right down here, the place down here in Malibu, they get you apartment building. They get you in Section 8. They get you apartment building in about 3-4 months. Your own apartment on Section 8. You tell them you're homeless. I got the information. This other guy gave me the information that he just got his place. But he got to go down there to apply at the church down there in Malibu.
Okay.
I'll give him the address. We go down there and apply for it. You know what I'm saying?
How long it take? About 3-4 months.
Yeah, but at that time he can be getting the voucher and be at the hotel.
Right.
You don't have to be here.
That's not wrong, 'cause some people-
Or at the shelter.
Or it's a shelter, right?
Picture the people did years on the street.
The thing about it is, if he's at a house, they're gonna slow down. They're gonna slow down in Section 8.
Yeah.
But if he's at a hotel or a shelter, he's gonna come in faster.
Yep.
That's what the guy told me. The guy said, if you homeless and you in a shelter, he's gonna give it to you faster. He's gonna get you a place faster. You know what I'm saying? Once he get his voucher for the Section 8, I know landlords are looking for that right now. I get him a spot right now and get his voucher. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, when he comes in, I give him some option, man. You know what I'm saying? Got options for him.
I mean, he should be on his way. He works over here at the guitar thing on Pico. And
Yeah, but that's if he want to deal with them options. Some people don't want to take that. He might just want to just stay here. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I just if I just want to stay here. Like, oh, that's cool.
He wants because he's saying he wants the place because he was trying. There's another spot that his brother-in-law was trying to get him in, but it's not fixed up yet because water damage and stuff. And the guy's kind of taking his time with it. You know. So I'm like, you come here and I have the brothers talk to you.
Yeah, we talk to him, brother. I got no problem. We can help him out, talking to him and saying, you know, even if it needs someone, if the other one needs someone to help him fixing the place up. I talked to some of my brothers that's carpenters. They know how to fix the place up. You know, I talked to them, man, brother needs some help. You know what I'm saying? Let's get in here and help the brother out. You know what I'm saying? All you gotta do is get the materials. We get in there and bang on whatever needs to be banged out and fixed up and get him livable for him. You know what I'm saying? We ready to do that, bro. We can do that. I'll do the plumbing, but brother do everything else. I got one brother do everything else. Walls, cabinets, whatever he can do. I'll do all the plumbing and he's good. Let's finish up, bro.
Okay. I'm going back to verse 8.
Right.
And God called the firmaments heaven, and the evening and the morning were the second day. And God
And the
said,
evening and the morning were the what?
were the second day.
And the evening and the morning was the second.
Yeah, too.
The evening and the morning was the second 24-hour period. It's the second 24-hour period. Because he breaks it down to what? Evening, evening plus the morning.
Is that a 12-hour period right there?
Say again?
Is that a 12-hour period right there?
Yes. 12-hour period. How long is this right here? How long is the morning?
12 hours.
6 hours.
6 hours.
How long is this?
6 hours. 6 hours. So like from like
How you know that's 6 hours?
Because it's 24 hours. And
How you know this evening is 6
let's
hours?
split them up and have to be 6 and 6.
Gotcha. No, I'm talking about just the 6. How do you know that this is 6 hours?
I go from 6 to 12. I would just do it from the clock like that. That's why I would just count that. From 6 to 12 would be the evening, and from 12 to 6 would be the morning.
That's why you know it's 6 hours.
Between the two evenings.
What's between the two? What's between the two evenings?
Okay?
Oh, what's between the two evenings? Oh,
What time is that?
12.
Between the two evenings.
Oh, wait, it's 6 and 6 correct right there for the evening to the day. Because I said it earlier, I don't know if that was correct.
What?
The 6 to 6.
Noon,
Yeah, the morning is 6 hours.
3
The
o'clock.
evening is 6 hours.
Okay,
3
okay.
o'clock. 3.
Say again?
3.
3. Right. Between the two evenings is 3 p.m. Between the two evenings.
Oh, between the two evenings.
6
Okay.
But I said between the two evenings.
Right.
It's 3.
3.
The first evening is when?
3.
The first, that's between the two evenings. When does the first evening begin?
12:01.
12:01 was the last evening.
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock is 6 hours, it's the evening. So when he says the evening and the morning, what is he saying? He's saying that's when I worked.
Right.
And at the night I stopped.
Mhm.
It's not mentioning.
Wow.
Right.
Wow.
No setting to go on to keep working.
Right.
He's leaving a pattern for you to
The
follow.
follow. Right. Yeah.
I didn't work at night, neither should you.
Mm-hmm.
I could, but I didn't because I'm leaving you a pattern. So he's breaking it down to evening and morning, excluding the night because he did nothing at that time frame. That's why he left it out, because he wasn't doing nothing. It's a work week. All right?
Wow.
It's a work day. You still didn't go past the 7 for work.
Right. That was the end of the work week.
That's right. Stopped at 6 and rested on the Sabbath day. We just getting started.
Right.
Go ahead. We get this.
Verse 9. And God said,
The bar's still there. He's still there.
Oh, he left by now.
No, he's still there.
What happened to his service here? But playing home.
Yeah. Something probably happened. You know what I'm saying? They missing some good information though. Go ahead.
verse 9. And God said, let the waters under the heavens be gathered together unto one place, and let the dry lands appear. And it was so.
So now we have the dry land is coming up out of the water. So the water moved into one section, and then the dry land appeared. Okay, because the waters underneath moved into one section, and then draw it in a pair, which means this: we draw it. You understand? That's your dry land. All around it is water.
Mhm.
The dry land receded this way. I mean, the water receded this way.
Right.
Like
And the land is there. And then we read later on that he set a boundary that the water can't go over cover the land. When you go to the ocean, that ocean level is actually higher than the land. The elevation in many places is higher than the land, but it does not come and covers it. This is originally what it looked like. This was called,
It's like an island.
what's the name they call this? Is it Pangea?
Pangea,
Yeah, I think they call that Pangea. Originally what it was. Before it broke with the continents, this is originally what it was.
Okay.
This would make sense on a flat earth,
Right.
a circle,
Right.
and the light can go around it
Right.
that way. In the section, in this particular section where it is, the light can evenly hit all of the different lands without having no mistakes in it.
Oh, yeah,
Less-
that's where it would be 12 hours.
That's where it
Okay.
can be even across the board.
Okay.
But since it's split and these moves a little bit out the way, further that way, when it gets to a certain height level, it's not hitting that particular point. It's too far. The continent has broke off and moved too far outside the light. So it doesn't have light for a month until it comes back down to a certain level again. Because the light goes up and down. That's why you have the seasons change. From hot because it's lower, and then it gets colder because it's higher. That's what happens with a flat earth. But that's originally what it was. That's what happened. The water receded, and then the dry land
I
appeared.
see what you're saying. You're saying when it comes down, it actually like the cycle takes longer.
Yes.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, I see what you're saying.
So,
Yeah, the cycle's gonna be shorter.
Okay.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Right. So it doesn't flat
And
earth.
it get hotter as it come back down.
Correct. The
Right,
lower it is,
right,
that's
right.
summer.
Right,
That's why it fluctuates. That's why the temperature, seasons fluctuate.
That's a good little angle with the flat earth. I give you a little credit with that
I've been waiting to hear this. I've been waiting to hear this info.
Go ahead.
Okay. Verse 10. And God called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters called he seas.
Right.
And God saw that it was good.
Go ahead. Yep.
And God said, let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seeds, and the fruit trees yielding fruit after his kind, whose seeds in itself upon the earth, and it was so.
So we see that all life had seed in it. Every life had seed in it, right? For it to continue its species and growth, and they have seeds in it. The seedless stuff is Edomite invention. Everything had seeds. This verse there tells you that, right? Go ahead.
Verse 12. And the earth brought forth grass and herb yielding seeds after its kind, his kind, and the tree yielding fruit whose seed was in itself after his kind, and God saw that it was good. And God and the evening and the morning were the third day.
Correct. That's the third day. So again, even with all this happening is going on, what you have, the illumination is consistent. One side is lit, one side is still dark. That's what it is.
Outside cold.
You know, even when there is no moon out, there is still a ray of light. Have you ever seen it? It's completely dark. Nothing about these city lights and stuff. If you go out in the desert where there's no city lights and nothing like that, and you go out there when there's still light, there's still a ray of light there. It's dim, but it's there. But it's from the other side. That it's there. There's light. There's a natural light that was there. This is the light that he said let there be light. Without the sun and the moon and stars present, there is a light there. Without those light being there, there is a light there. There's some kind of illumination that's there. Those things are illuminating something. Because he called it a light. let there be light. So there's some illumination there. It might not be as bright as the sun, but there is some illumination that's there. Go ahead.
Verse 11. No, verse 12. Verse 12.
Yeah.
Verse 12. And the earth brought forth grass and herb yielding seeds after his kind, and the trees yielding fruit, whose seeds was in itself after his kind. And God saw that it was good.
Go ahead.
And the evening and the morning were the third day.
Okay, so that's another verse you go to show that these particular days are 24-hour period, because the plants need some kind of light. If these are 1,000-year period, the plants will die. We have no light. That's going back into photosynthesis, right? So we see that there was a light there before the sun. There's a light there is given to these plants. Needs light for it to grow. Am I right or wrong? They need light. So there's a light there without the sun being there that these trees are getting for them to go ahead and get for them to get fed off the light. So that's gonna prove that these days are not 1,000 years. When I first came in, it was calling these days 1,000 years. And how do you know no better? You just coming in, you're like, man, the breakdown is deep. So it must be 1,000 years. Later on, you find out that it's 1,000. Some of it is good, but that part is wrong.
Bro, that's the RDR breakdown.
Yes,
I figured.
that's the one. And then they come in with that second Ezra stuff. You know what I'm saying? The world is broken up into 12 days, and they say that's 12 years. That's why I throw my second Ezra stuff out. That's a bunch of nonsense.
So you don't read second Ezra's at all. You got
I
some
don't do
camps,
that nonsense no more.
because you got some camps out there like FOP love to read second Ezra.
Second Ezra is off, bro.
Because they can break. They want to break down that 12 tribes.
You know they can tell me about on second Ezra. My second Ezra is the most marked up book in this thing. It is the most marked up book I have in here.
And it's off.
And it's off, so I know it's off. I thoroughly studied it.
Because you said it was like, what, they talking about 9 tribes coming over here? Second Ezra.
10.
It says 10 in here.
10. And it's another one.
It says 9. Gabar has the one that says 9.
I got the one that says 9 too, I think.
So the 3 tribes, like Benjamin, Judah, and
Levi.
That was all us to come here.
I'm trying to say Benjamin and they didn't go into that. They didn't go into the Syrian captivity, which is a lie. He did. Some of them went into the Syrian captivity. Sennacherib Cylinder says this. The Bible says this.
It just said, again, if you got, because I always wonder when you read James 1 and 1 in the Bible, like to the 12 tribes
Scattered out the world.
I'm like, now, okay, what is second Ezra is talking about? It says 12 is scattered all over the place. Scattered abroad means everywhere.
Everywhere.
Right.
4 corners.
And they talking about they was coming down into Central and South America only, maybe some Caribbean islands and that and whatnot, but then was while I was hearing too that some was taken back to some was taken to Spain and other places, the Philippines and the islands down there, and like what you call it, Polynesian and all that. It was scattered in all over the place in there.
Yeah, we scattered all over the world, bro.
Yeah.
All the 4 corners of the world. And brother, they say a lot of stuff that they can't prove. You know what I'm saying? They like
They
doing
were saying,
that.
but the thing was, they were saying that the Samoans was Israelites, which
They're saying a bunch of.
I can't see that just because they get oppressed. I mean, it is a big bunch of, big bunch of.
All right, brother, let's finish, man.
I'm just saying.
Get us in trouble, man.
Right.
What?
Verse 14.
Are we still
Yeah,
live?
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
14.
I mean, what?
The disclaimer here. The opinion that you hear from Free Shabana is of his own.
Verse
Well,
14.
let him come on again.
Not then about them Simone we talking about
Yeah,
here.
football players.
You're talking about Troy calling mommy.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah. Troy can visit you when you go do. Yeah.
I'm an Al Bundy touchdown.
Yeah, you gonna be the football.
Get some head and shoulders.
Yo, you gotta do something. Yeah, go ahead.
Verse 14. And God said, let there be lights in the firmaments of the heavens to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and for years.
Go ahead.
And let them be for lights in the firmaments of the heavens to give light upon the earth, and it was so.
So the firmament that the Most High made, these things was in the firmament. They was inside of the firmament. Okay? Inside of that dome. So that dome, it's there's like a some kind of a separation in it. Where according to the Hebrew that's there, it's in that firmament. So the firmament goes around, it's like that. That's what it does. You know what I'm saying? Goes around inside of that firmament. So it's like a glass that is in, that it reflects through.
It's not in a vault.
Like in a vault, yeah, like in a vault.
So it's still like,
Yeah.
It's like a crystal ball.
Con.
I got to find that Bible I had because it speaks about a vault.
Correct.
Bible, yeah.
Yes.
Two of them I got, but it speaks about a vault that the earth is over the earth. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. We're gonna get into, we come back to this stuff later, man, but there's a lot of information here. He's not trying to hide. Yeah, go ahead.
Verse 16. And God made two great lights, and the greater lights to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also.
Okay, so now there's already a light there already from the second verse. So this light that he made was to rule that particular 24-hour period that he calls day. So he's gonna rule over that particular light that's already there. And then the moon and the stars, he has to rule over the night. And there was no light there. So now he's putting light on the other side, right? So now what he's doing is that you already have what is called a 24-hour period already existing from the beginning when he says, and the evening and the morning were the first day. The evening and the morning is going to cover the 12-hour period when he worked. Not when it started. He worked. And then in the night, he didn't do anything. So you have a 24-hour period. So now what he's doing, he's starting to put elements in there to start to break up this 24-hour period. The sun is going to cover the first 12, the moon and the stars to cover the other 12, which was dark on the other side. And then he tells us, well, listen, use these things that I put up in the heavens there to help you to calculate feast days, calculate days, calculate years, calculate months. To calculate years. To tell to use this thing now, he does not go into detail and specifically tell us how to use every single one of them specifically in conjunction with everything when you're going to calculate a year or even to a month. Does he?
No.
He does not get detailed to let us know how to use these things in detail. All we can do is go by what we have.
Right.
The question is, do we have enough to calculate what he wants to calculate? Does he want to calculate everything?
No.
Why you say no?
Because he didn't give us enough information to calculate everything.
That's because he didn't mention it. He didn't mention it.
Yeah, as Amir was reading, he was like, hey, man, they're going over a lot of, they're breezing over a lot of stuff. I'm like, I told him all that because Most High did give you. It's because Most High gave you stuff that you need. You didn't know everything else.
Right? Yeah, because it's moving quick. The Bible moving quick in Genesis.
Like, you gonna still be reading all that?
Right. Right.
So I want you to know. There's a reason why he don't want you to know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's some people who has to know every single detail.
Right.
And I'm like, that's dangerous. It's dangerous. See what I'm saying? Because even when you read Revelations, there was a point in there where John talks about these seven thunders start speaking. He was taught to write. He's like, whoa, 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 don't write that. What you doing? Don't write that. Stop that. Don't write no stuff. Leave that out. The apostles come to Christ and say, hey, you're back from the dead. Will you at this time restore the kingdom of Israel? He said, hey. It's not for you to know
Right.
what the Father has put in his power. It's not for you to know that stuff. Man, go over here and keep the commandments. You want to know too much.
Right.
Too nosy. You want to know everything. Father put that in his power. You ain't supposed to know that, brother. And that's what I think it is when it comes to the situation with these stars. There's something. These stars do play a significant role, but I think knowing everything about these stars might reveal too much.
So those are the behind the scenes governors.
Yes.
Okay.
Might reveal too much. You know, some people don't want to give away everything. Like, nah, we're not going to give them all of that.
Right. Keep them in suspense.
I gave him enough. Listen, I've given you enough to do my feast days. What you need to do? I give you enough to keep my commandments and my feast days. That's enough for you for now. You can get the rest later when I deem it necessary. As a matter of fact, you on a need to know basis.
Need to know basis.
And we see that clearly when you come into the Bible, when you read in the prophets. The prophets, they tell you, they said, the Lord hid that from me. He didn't tell me that. I didn't know that. He didn't tell me this. He didn't tell the Messiah when he's coming back. He said, when you gonna come back? He said, I don't know. He said, the angels don't know. I don't know neither.
Right.
Well, the Father knows that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna come back. Father be me. So I'm going through all of this to show you that there's a lot of information there, and again, there's a lot of information that's not there, because no one knows what happened specifically in verse 2 in chapter 1, where it says the earth became void.
Right.
How did it become void? What happened?
Right.
No details.
We don't know. We don't know if it's a reboot, or we don't know. Like,
we don't know what happened. It's definitely a reboot.
Right.
Something was there.
Yeah,
like the Noah flood too. After that.
Yeah, we know about that. But before that, when it said the earth became void, we don't know what happened there, how it became that way.
Right.
You wouldn't make it say that he made it that way.
Right.
Something happened. We know Satan had to do something with it. He was there. He was somewhere in that mix. You know what I'm saying?
Running the book.
doing something. You were doing something. And that's why I say when I told us to Gabar even too. I said when I'm reading in Job, when the Most High says, "Where was you when I was laying the beams of the earth and doing all this stuff down?" It says, and the stars of God sang for joy, talking about the angels when they were singing for joy. I said when I'm reading it, the Spirit is like, that's the original creation of the earth when He made it for the angels. That's why they're singing. That's why they're singing for joy, because He's making something for them to go dwell on, to go do some things. So they like, yeah, that's for us. Yeah, God, just for us. Yes.
Turn around.
But then they did something, and then we read in Genesis chapter 1, the earth became void. Something happened. It got messed up. And now He's repairing it. This
Someone little that they keep talking about Adam's
fake.
That's okay. That's fake.
Made up.
That little garbage is fake.
It's
Lily.
Little, yeah.
It's made up stuff.
Yeah. Jewish folklore.
All thoughts about Jewish fable. Don't get heated at that.
Right.
Get to that nonsense. I looked briefly into the not to the extent that Gabar's talking about the stars. Gabar, you there?
Yeah, I'm here, man. I'm just over here playing with my daughter.
Oh,
Hey, have you heard of the Circle of Stars?
I know about the wheel of star.
The Wheel of maybe I'm saying it wrong. The Wheel of Stars.
Yeah, that's what they call the Maseroth in Job 38. It's sometimes referred to as the wheel of stars.
Have you ever dived into that? Do you know who has that information? Who not have it? Who came up with it?
Now, I don't know where that term comes from. I don't know who actually came up with it. What I do know about it is they say that the stars,
I just can't.
like the wheel of stars, is basically like a prophetic countdown clock.
Hey man, this thing is getting way too long. Let me stop the stream, bro. We're 5 hours in and all that. Stop like them dudes in other places. We will end the broadcast right here for the people. Shalom. Ending the broadcast right here. Shabbat shalom. We're gonna continue. We're gonna end the broadcast though.